Good morning. We're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the district central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 11 cases scheduled for today, this morning's agenda. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights of each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the parties choose to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. I want to apologize to the public. I know that we were scheduled to start at 10:30 this morning. It's now 10:54. As you know, the board was on winter break since December 15th. We had a significant amount of administrative work. We have been working since 9:30 this morning. And so I do apologize that we are starting late. I did alert our IT to alert the public that we will be starting late this morning. But again, I do apologize for our late start. The first case on our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00091, Celavi, CELAVI, license number 126215. This case has been canceled due to the dismissal of the protest. See board order number 2023-703. The protestant, I believe, had filed a motion for reconsideration, and we have decided on which I will announce on our legal agenda, we have decided the board will vote to deny that motion for reconsideration on our legal agenda this morning. So that case has been dismissed. The second case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00100. License number 126251. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the protestants in that case?
Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Dennis James, your access has been elevated. And that is all, Jim.
Thank you. Are you there, Mr. James? Mr. Oriana, is that Mr. James on the line?
Yes, he is a call-in user. I'm sending him a request to unmute.
Thank you.
I just unmuted myself. Can you hear me
hold
now?
on a minute. Yes, sir. Okay, hold on. Good morning, Mr. Mixon, and Happy New Year. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Hello, Cameron Mixon, the Veritas Law Firm, CAMERONMIXON.
Good morning, sir. And who do you represent, sir?
The licensee.
Well, thank you.
Or applicant.
Mr. James, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
I am Dennis James, DENIS JAMES, for the Calorama Citizens Association.
Good morning, sir. All right.
Good morning.
Is there any, and I stated, I apologize for the record for our tardiness this morning. Are there any, Mr. Mixon, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Not at this time.
Mr. James, any preliminary matters on the part of the association?
Well, I think it's worth saying that we had, mediation yesterday, and we reached an agreement in principle. We haven't finalized it yet, but I believe that that's the path we're on.
Thank you for that representation, Mr. James. If this matter then is not settled, the protest hearing is scheduled for February 14th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. And I would just, if this matter is going to be settled, the agency and the board would appreciate that we be informed as quickly as possible so we can provide this slot to another case. Thank you very much for your, if there's no other concerns, I know that both parties are, I don't need to review the process for a protest hearing, is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Well, good luck with your negotiation and have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00080, Lucky Corner Store, license number 93115. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the protestant in this case?
Sure. Robert Clayson, your access has been elevated. And Metzgerim Balku, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Commissioner Corniotis, your access has been elevated.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, this is all right, so do we have everyone? All right. All right, so I would like everyone to turn their cameras on if they have Mr. Clayton and all right. Commissioner Konotes, do you have a camera you can turn on? Okay, thank you. Let's see. Who are we interpreting for? I see an interpreter on the line. So who needs Mr. Clayton, is your client here today, sir?
He's supposed to be. He had trouble getting the link to work, so I believe he's calling in, or he has called in.
Where is he? Has he called in? I mean, Mr. Oriana, is there someone else on the line waiting for this case?
This may be the court reporter, but I just elevated another call-in user.
Is that your client, sir? Is that do you recognize?
Is it Mr. Indale?
Do you recognize the phone number, sir? Is it a 415 phone number?
No, I don't offhand recognize the number. If you'll give me a second. No, I don't recognize the number, but I believe it is Mr. Indale. Oh, he's calling me now. I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, I believe my client is on the line.
Mr. Oriana, can you ask him to on?
Yeah, just sent the request on mute.
All right.
Could the interpreter potentially translate to unmute?
Miss Balko, can you ask Mr. The person to unmute their line, please?
Yeah, I did. Now?
አቶ እንዳለ
Can you hear me now?
ካሜራዎችንና
ይሰማል?
ስልኮትን ይክፈቱ።
Okay. All right, hold on. Okay, all right. I think he is
Yeah,
unmuted.
ይሰማል አሁን?
All right.
ይሰማል?
Yeah, just tell him to hold on, please. All right.
ይቆዩ
Miss-
አንዴ
all right.
እስኪያናግሮት
እሱን
ይቆዩ።
ይሰማል?
አዎ
ይሰማል?
ይሰማል።
ሰውዬ?
Can you just tell him to
Okay.
hold on, please, ma'am? Ma'am, just tell him to
ይቆዩ
hold
አንዴ።
on.
እሺ።
All right. Miss Balkow, can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
My name is Maskaram Balko, MESKEREM, first name, last name BALKEW.
And what language are you going to interpret from, ma'am?
Amharic.
Can you raise your right hand? Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that you will faithfully interpret these proceedings from English to Amharic and from Amharic to English?
I do.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Clayton, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Robert Clayton, General Counsel for YD Progress.
Can you spell your name for the record, please, sir?
Yes, Robert, ROBERT, Clayton, CLAYTON.
And you are the attorney representing the licensee, is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
All right, Ms. Balka, can you please have the licensee identify himself for the record, please? By
አቶ
spelling
እንዳለ
and stating his name.
ስሞትን እስከ የስሞትንና የአያቶን ስም ለኮሚሽኑ ይናገሩ፣ ስፔል ያድርጉ።
ዮሴፍ እንዳለ YOSEF. My last name is እንዳለ ENDALE.
And can you ask him to state what is his relationship to this establishment?
ከላኪ ስቶር ጋር ያለው ግንኙነት ምንድን ነው?
Yeah, I'm the owner.
All right, thank you. Commissioner, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Commissioner Corniotis, COURNI.
What is your first name, ma'am? First and last name, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Chrysanthi Corniotis, CHRYSANTHECOURNIOTES, and I'm representing Commission 4D this matter.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Clayton, and ma'am, I would like you to, Ms. Balkow, I need you to interpret everything that's been stated. Okay, ma'am?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Clayton, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, there are no preliminary matters.
ቅድሚያ የሚሰሙ ጉዳዮች በዚህ ጉዳይ ላይ አለ የለም?
Ms. Quinones, are there any preliminary matters in this case, ma'am?
Not that I'm aware of. We did meet recently for a mediation, and it looks as though we are moving towards that in this case. So that's my update. On this matter.
አዲስ ጉዳይ የለም። በዚህ ጉዳይ ላይ ሽምግልና ተቀምጠን ነበርና ወደፊት እየተንቀሳቀስን ነው። ጉዳዮች በጥሩ ሁኔታ እየሄዱ ነው።
All right. Thank you. If this matter then is not settled, it's scheduled for a protest hearing on February 7th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m.
Yes, I'd like to say, Chairman, that the parties have, in fact, reached a settlement agreement at the mediation that was held last Thursday, I believe. At this point, the only thing we need to do is finalize the terms of the agreement, but we did reach an agreement at the mediation.
በዚህ ጉዳይ ላይ ይሄ ጉዳይ ሴትል አላረገ ማለት አልተጨረሰም። ስለዚህ የላይሰንስ ጉዳይ ታድስ ተቃውሞ ለፌብሩዋሪ 7 ቀጠሮ ተይዟል ሲሏቸው፣ አይ ሁለቱ ወገኖች ባለፈው ሽምግልና ተቀምጠን ተወያይተን ስምምነት ላይ ደርሰናል። ዛሬ ያንን ስምምነት ፋይናላይዝ የማድረግ ነገር ነው፣ የመጨረስ ነገር ነው።
All right. Thank you for that representation, Mr. Clayton. Hold on 1 minute, please.
አመሰግናለሁ ሚስተር ክሊንተን ስለሰጡን ማብራሪያ።
All right. I mean, if this matter is going to be settled, then I'll ask the parties to provide us the agreement as soon as possible so we can take this matter off our calendar, okay?
But if an agreement is not finalized, then, you know, the protest hearing would be held on February 7th at 1:30, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
ስለዚህ ሁለቱ ወገኖች የደረሳችሁበትን ስምምነት ለእኛ ላኩልንና ጉዳዩን እናያለን አሉ። ሴትዮዋ ደግሞ ጉዳዩ ካልተቋጨ ስምምነቱ ካልተቋጨ በፌብሩዋሪ 7 የሚደረገው የተቃውሞ ስብሰባ ይደረጋል። ጥሩ።
And one thing I want to inform the parties, if you believe that this case is going to be settled, and if you need more time past February 7th, let us know, and we can continue this case. This is to renew a license. So if the parties truly believe that this case can be settled, and if you need more time beyond the February 7th date, send us a mutual extension of time, and the board will grant that. Okay.
And do we send it to ABCA Law? Is that the email or?
Yes, and it should be a joint motion by both parties, and we will grant it. Okay.
Okay, and that is true for the settlement agreement itself, also, right? We submit it to that.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
I think. Go ahead, ma'am.
ሁለቱ ወገኖች በእውነት ስምምነት ላይ እንደሚደርሱ ከተማመናችሁና ካመናችሁ እና ስምምነት ላይ ለመድረስ ደግሞ ቀን ረዘም ያለ ቀን የሚያስፈልጋችሁ ከሆነ በጋራ ሆናችሁ ለኛ አሳውቁን፣ የጋራ መግለጫ አድርጋችሁ አሳውቁን። ያንን እንትን እንላቸዋለን ነው እና ሴትዮዋም ያንኑ ነው የሚጠይቁት። እናንተ ነው ማሳወቅ የሚገባን ብለው ነው የጠየቋቸው።
And the email information is presented in the chat, so if you can find it in the chat.
ስለዚህ በምስልኩልን ይሄንን ስምምነታችሁን ምስልኩበት እዚህ ቻቱ ላይ የተቀመጠው ABCA ሌጋል ዲሲ በሚለው ኢሜይል ነው ምስልኩልን።
Any other questions by anyone?
Sorry, just
yes,
one clarifying question, Chairman. I was just curious. It's that mutually agreed upon settlement agreement. You know, I apologize for the similar wording, but that should be submitted by the commission, correct?
Either party, once it's signed, once there are two signatures on the document, either party can, as long as we get it, either party can submit it.
Okay, sounds good. I just, in the past that we've done these over the past year or so, we've always submitted. So I was just wondering.
ስምምነቱን ለኮሚሽኑ ማን ነው የሚሰጠው ብሎ ሲሏቸው ማንኛውም ወገን ከሁለት ወገን አንዳቸውም ለእኛ ልታቀርቡት ትችላላችሁ። የስምምነቱን አግሪመንት ነው።
All right. Any other questions? All right. Good luck with your negotiation. And if I said before, this matter is not settled, February 7th, if you need more time, just let us know and we will grant it if the parties truly believe this matter will be settled. Okay?
Thank you, Chairman
Thank
Anderson.
You're very welcome, ma'am.
ሁለቱ ወገኖች ስምምነት ላይ እንደምደርሱ መልካም እድል። ነገሩ ስምምነት ላይ ካልደረሰ ፌብሩዋሪ 7 እንገናኛላችሁ። አለበዛ ሴትል ካደረገ ደግሞ እንደተባለው ይሆናል። መልካም እድል።
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
እሺ መልካም ቀን።
You're free to go, ma'am. We now move to our show cause hearing status calendar. The first case in our calendar is case number 2325100025, Focus DC, license number 118015. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the parties in this case with the government and the licensee?
Or Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Colin Chenchi, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Chenchi. Can you please identify yourself for the record, please, by spelling and stating your name?
Good morning and Happy New Year, Mr. Chair. Colin Chenchi, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia.
Good morning, sir, and Happy New Year, Mr. Mixon.
Hello, Cameron Mixon, counsel to licensee, Veritas Law Firm, CAMERON
Good morning, sir. I've already said Happy New Year to Mr. Mixon and earlier this morning. All right, thanks. All right, Mr. Chenchi, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
None from the government.
Mr. Mixon?
And none for us.
All right, if this matter is not settled, the show cause hearing is then scheduled for February 7th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. I just want to advise the parties that 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days unless good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents that have not been disclosed. Any questions?
Not at this time.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have a great day.
You're welcome. All right. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00067 Hook Hall, license number 109296. Ms. Oriana, can you elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
I do not see the licensee.
All right. Can you just put a notation, put something in the chat? I'll give them 1 minute.
Will do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I believe the licensee may not attend this morning for reasons that I can explain in preliminary matters.
All right, that's fine. Mr. Chenchi, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Good morning again, Mr. Chair. Colin Chenchi, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia.
All right, thank you, sir. I see that the licensee is not here for this case this morning. Is there any representation you want to make? I know you don't represent the licensee. You represent the government, but if you want to make any put anything on the record, that's fine.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I believe as of this morning, the licensee has accepted an offer in compromise in principle. We just have to get those terms finalized on paper, and we will submit them to the board before the show cause hearing in this case.
All right, thank you then for the representation, sir. If this matter then is not settled, it's scheduled for a show cause hearing on February 7th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. Of course, the parties can provide us with an assigned offer and compromise, and the board will dispose of that on our legal agenda. Thank you for that representation, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00014, Kazera Lounge, license number 117490. This case has been rescheduled to February 28th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. at the request of the government. We did not receive any opposition from the licensee. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00073 Hewitt HIWOT Ethiopian Restaurant and Market, license number 100297. An offer and compromise was provided to the board that the board will consider and address on our legal agenda later on this morning. We're now at the end of our morning calendar, and since we're at the end of our morning calendar, let's now address our legal agenda. All right. The first matter on our legal agenda, it's a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated January 9th, 2024 for case number 23 CMP 00073, Hewitt Ethiopian Restaurant and Market, license number 100297. The offer and compromise is as follows. Charge 1, extended the establishment's operating hours. It's a third primary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25742. The term is a $4,000 fine to be paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge number 2, no ABC manager on duty, the sixth section tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25701. The term is a fine of $2,000 to be paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer and compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of an offer and compromise in lieu of a hearing dated December 13th, 2023 for case number 23 CMP 00076, 7 Seas Restaurant, license number 000654. The offer and compromise is as follows. Charge 1, failure to file quarterly statement for the period April 23rd through April 2023 through June 2023. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-113B2A and 23 DCMR Section 1207.1. There's a fine of $2,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 3-0. Give me a minute, please. All right, number 3 on our agenda. On the legal agenda, review of an amendment to settlement agreement dated December 18th, 2023 by and between ANC 2B, SDCA, and Tokyo Pearl, license number 112100. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of a motion for reconsideration of board order denying reinstatement of dismissed protest, board order number 2023-703 dated December 19th, 2023 in case number 23 PRO 00091, trade name, excuse me, Celavi, CELAVI, license number 126215. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of applicant's motion to dismiss protestant group of 5 or more residents dated December 25th, 2023 in case number 23 PRO 00096, DC Food Market, license number 106962. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Short. I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review of protestants group's opposition to applicant's motion to dismiss in case number 23 PRO 00096 DC Food Market, license number 106962. This is now moot. Number 7, review of applicant's reply to protestants group's opposition to motion to dismiss in case number 23 PRO 00096 DC Food Market, license number 106962. This is also moot. Number 8, review of applicant's motion to dismiss protest group of 5 or more residents dated December 22nd, 2023 in case number 23 PRO 00097 King Convenience Store, license number 089932. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 9, review of protestants group's opposition to applicant's motion to dismiss in case number 23 PRO 00097 King Convenience Store, license number 08899932. This is now moot. Number 10, review of applicant's reply to protestants group's opposition to motion to dismiss in case number 23 PRO 00097 King Convenience Store, license number 089932. This is also moot. Number 11, review of government's motion to continue show cause hearing dated December 27th, 2023, the case number 23 CMP 00014, Kizera Lounge, license number 117490. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 12, review of licensee's second request for expedited hearing dated December 28th, 2023 in response to cease and desist order number 2023-702. This is Friendship Heights Convenience Store, license number 122502. The licensee's first request for an expedited hearing was granted by the board and set for Thursday, December 28th, 2023. The licensee failed to appear at the hearing. I therefore make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And let me find this other. Give me a minute, please. Let me find. We now move to our notice of legal agenda medical cannabis. The first matter on that agenda is review of request for reconsideration of the board's denial of a medical cannabis retailer license dated December 27, 2023. This is for DeLorean 88 LLC, license number 126807. I make a motion that we refer this matter to legal. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of request to extend protest petition deadline dated December 17th, 2023. This is for No Kids Allowed, license number 126724. This is now moot because a protest was filed. All right. So let us now do the medical cannabis licensing cancellation agenda. The first matter on the medical cannabis licensing cancellation agenda, it's a request from the ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. Holistic Remedies, license number 117369, the license request cancellation. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant to second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. All right. Then we now move to the medical cannabis licensing administrative docket. There is one agenda item on this docket, and it's a request from the applicant is Green Guard, license number 126798. It's a medical cannabis courier, and this is a new application. I make a motion that we approve this request on this agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. They might have passed 3-0. We now move to the medical cannabis licensing agenda. And on the medical cannabis licensing agenda, there are 4 agenda items on this agenda. And so without objection, I make a motion that, no, I need to go through all of these separately. The first request it's a conditional cultivation center application, review of social equity application for conditional cultivation center license. This is for Illusia, AJULA, license number 127119. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. These are now, we are still under the agenda. The applicant requests reviews. Review of Ulexa, UXOLO LLC, and Enterprises. I'm sorry. Amtrite Enterprises Inc. requests to change its ownership structure. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review request to change entity name from Columbia Care Inc. to the Cannabis Company Holdings Inc. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review requests to extend the deadline to open for retailer dispensary operation on or before March 31st, 2024. This is for Bouquet Labs DC LLC, license number 121364. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Now let's do the licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda, review a request to remove the license from safekeeping immediately for reopening following the transfer. This is for IGMA DC, formerly Fainting Goat, license number 126374. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review request to remove the license from safekeeping immediately for reopening. This is for NAMAK, NAMAK, formerly Mintwood Place, license number 085865. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review application for a class change from retailer Class C restaurant to retailer Class C tavern. This is for Carlisle Room and Brennan's Bar, license number 120781. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Short, second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review application for entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside the premises and outside on the summer garden space. This is for Hen Quarter River Point, DC, license number 124468. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review application for change of hours to Sunday operations and live entertainment. This is for Red Lounge Hooker, license number 076011. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review application for the carryout and delivery endorsement. This is for Ambar, license number 100804. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 7, review application for a new ABC manager's license for Okalanan, Okalekan The last name is spelled Adedokun. License number 126654. I make a motion that we deny this request without prejudice. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Now we now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. There are 3 requests on our supplemental license agenda for January 10th, 2024. And without objection, I make a motion that all 3 items be approved. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And we now move to the cancellation agenda. And on the cancellation agenda, there are 5 requests for licenses to be canceled. And so without objection, I make a motion that all 5 requests to cancel the licenses on the cancellation agenda for January 10th, 2024 will be approved. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the licensing administrative docket. On the license administrative docket for January 10th, 2024, there are 23 applicants. And without objection, I make a motion that all 23 applications be approved. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We will now move to our last agenda item, which is the board's temporary license and 1-day substantial change docket. The first request on this docket is a request from Nate. Basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to read all the agenda items on this docket, and at the end, and I will make a recommendation. The chair will make a recommendation, and at the end of the list, I will ask that the board approves the recommendation as placed by the chair. The first request, a request from Nate Vernon for 1-day license class F. This is for wedding. This is on January 16th, 2024. The license number is 127049, 60 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 2, it's another request from Nate Vernon for 1-day license class F, soft opening for Madre USA Corporation. This is on January 12, 2024. The license number is 127280, 85 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 3, a request from Lana Mahmoud for 1-day license class F. This is for concert live music performance, 6 Sinai Synagogue. This is on January 27th, 2024. The license number is 127206, 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 4, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a 1-day license class F, concert live music performance, 6 Sinai Synagogue, January 30th, 2024. The license number is 127207, 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 5, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a 1-day license class F, concert live music performance, Miracle Theater, January 12, 2024. The license number is 1272043, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 6, another request from Lana Mamaud, a one-day license class F, concert live music performance, Miracle Theater, January 26, 2024. The license number is 1272005, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 7, another request from Lana Mamaud, a one-day license class G, a concert, capital turnaround, date of event, January 26, 2024. The license number is 1272088, 800 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 8, a request from Lana Mamaud, one-day license class G, concert, capital turnaround, January 30th, 2024. The license number is 1272098, 800 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 9, a request from Lindsay Toohey, Toohey, a one-day license class G. This is for wedding, March 23rd, 2024. The license number is 12714, 120 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 10, request from Lisa Cox for a one-day license class G, fundraising gala for Tyler Elementary PTA, February 10th, 2024. The license number is 127155, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 11, a request from Patrick D. Batista, one-day license class G, the Western Line Dance class, DC Rawhide, January 13th, 2024. The license number is 127238. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 12, another request from Patrick D. Batista, a one-day license class G, Western Line Dance class, DC Rawhide, January 27th. The license number is 127239, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 13, the Pendry Wharf, DC, one-day substantial change, Friends and Family Music Festival. Nature of substantial change, to use the license off premises at the Grove between Wharf and Water Street Southwest. This is on January 10th, 2024. License number is 121347. The substantial change license is 24 SC 00503. Number 14, another request from Pendry Wharf, DC for one-day substantial change. Friends and Family Music Festival, nature of substantial change, use license off premises at the Grove between Wharf and Water Street Southwest. This is on March 23rd, 2024. The license number is 121347. The substantial change license is 24 SC, 00504. Number 15, this is a pub crawl from Lindsay Promotions LLC. 50 Shades of Red Valentine's Day crawl. This is February 10th, 2024. The license number is 110455. Substantial change is 23 PCE 0039. And this is to approve 2,000 participants. Number 16, another request from Lindsay Promotions LLC for pub crawl. The Leprechaun Lap. This is March 16th, 2024. The license number is 110455. Substantial change license is 23 PCE 00040. There's a recommendation for a conditional approval of 2,000. Number 17, these events were already occurred. The agency approved them, and so the board will be voting to retroactively approve these events. So this was a request from Lana Mamaud for one-day license. This for the Miracle Theater. The event was January 6, 2024. The license number is 127202, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 18, a request from Lana Mamaud for one-day license class F. Concert live music, Miracle Theater. This event was January 8th, 2024. The license number is 127203, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 19, a request from Millicent Hawkins, a one-day license class G holiday party. This was on December 28th. The license number is 127145, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 20, Lax Wine and Spirits, a one-day substantial change. Christmas Eve, nature of substantial change to extend hours of operation until 12 a.m. The license number is 082054, substantial change. License is 23 SC 01253. Number 21, another request from Lax Wine and Spirits, one-day substantial change, New Year's Eve. Nature of substantial change to extend hours of operation until 12 a.m. This was December 31st. The license number is 082054. The substantial change license is 23 SC 0201254. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approves all these applications and approves the recommendation made by the chair. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We are therefore at the end of our morning agenda, and so the board will we will recess until our afternoon agenda at 1:30. Thank you very much. I ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you. Have a great morning. All right. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. We have two other board members joining us this afternoon, Mr. James Short and Mr. Silas Grant. The board has 3 members in attendance, and this constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this, should you have any questions, or if you require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. The first case on our afternoon schedule, it's show cause hearing case number 23 CMP 00076, 7C's restaurant license number 654. This case has been canceled due to the board's approval of an offer in compromise that was presented on our legal agenda this morning. The next case on our calendar is case number 23-251-00006, Boulevard Lounge, license number 115385. This case has been continued to a date to be determined. The board initiated this continuance so that we would have sufficient time allocated to another case that we have this afternoon. And the last case on our calendar before I called the current case, it's a protest hearing case number 23 PRO 00031, Play DC Restaurant and Lounge license number 112274. This case has been continued to January 24th, 2024. And all right, so the next case, the case at hand now that we have is case number 22 PRO 00054, El Canale, license number 83707. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee, the attorney, and the protestant in this case?
Sure. John Uhar, your access has been elevated. Stephen O'Brien, your access has been elevated. Investigator Makia Nelson, your access has been elevated. And I have a Manale Mahmood.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
She's with Mr. O'Brien's office, yes.
Okay, perfect. That is all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Mr. Uard, okay, thank you. So let me have the parties identify themselves by the, I would like the parties to spell and state their name. For the record, starting with the licensee and its representative. Mr. O'Brien, I cannot hear you, sir.
How about now, Mr. Chair?
I can hear you, but I think you need to turn your volume up a little bit more, sir. All right.
How about now, Mr. Chair?
That's perfect. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chair, a housekeeping matter. I believe that the case number for this afternoon starts with 19 as opposed to 22.
I appreciate that, and I see the calendar. I have a statement to make, and so therefore, when I read, I think, yeah, I believe that this case is going to be 19 PRO 00033. I think that's, yeah, that's you're correct. So, but I have an opening statement to make, and so I have the correct case. So I'll make sure that the calendar is correct. So this case is 19 PRO 00033. Okay, thanks. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, it's Stephen O'Brien, counsel for the licensee, STEPHEN, O''BRIEN. I'm accompanied by my colleague, Manal Mahmood, Manalle Mahmoud. Also present in my office and on the screen are the principals of the licensee, Giuseppe Ferrugio, spelled G-I-U-E, I'm sorry, let me start again. Giusseppe, last name Ferrugio, Farruggio, and Alessandro Ferrugio, Alessandro. Mr. Ferrugio, can you pull a little closer to the table so that you're on the screen there? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Uhar, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case?
My name is John Uhar, U-H-A-R. I am both a abutting neighbor, which would put me here under a protest, but I'm also a complainant whose complaints have not been answered by ABRA.
So this is a protest hearing, sir, and you're the protestant in this case. Thank you. Ms. Nelson, can you please identify yourself for the record, please? I can't hear you, Ms. Nelson.
I apologize, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
ABCA investigator Micaiah Nelson.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Okay. All right, so I stand corrected. The board calls case number 19PRO00033 related to the renewal application filed by El Canale, ABRA license number 083707, located at 1063 to 1065 31st Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. This case is not a full protest hearing, as noted in Board Order number 2023-441. This case will solely address the remand order issued by the D.C. Court of Appeals on August 15th, 2023 in John G. U.R. versus D.C. Alcoholic Beverage Control Board 20AA-02 DC 23. According to the court's order, the present case is limited to further proceedings with respect to Mr. Uhar's claim that El Canale's owner lacked good character because El Canale made fraudulent misrepresentations in administrative proceedings. Will be limited to the following as explained in Board Order number 2023-598. 1. Allegation 1. The allegation in the PIF alleging that the submission of a sidewalk cafe plan to DCRA was fraudulent. This came from Uhar protested information form at 1, showing 12 seats at the bar where 6 are permitted, again in violation of DCMR 25-762. Allegation 2. The allegation in Uhar complaint number 1 that the testimony of Mr. Farruggio, F-A-R-R-U-G-G-I-O, Mr. Farruggio, on May 8th, 2016, in lines 7 through 19 of the transcript constituted fraud. 3. Allegation 3. The allegation in complaint number 3 that the applicant used the alleged use of a counterfeit occupancy permit since February 15th, 2015 in violation of DC Code Section 25-401 and 25-835. Allegation 4. The allegation in complaint number 4, the allegation of using 4 counterfeit fence permits on the rear door of 1065 31st Street and the window on the front of 1065 31st Street on a date and time that has not been clearly identified in the complaint, in violation of Section 25-401 and 25-835, on the condition that the date of the offenses be disclosed to the applicant prior to the hearing. If this occurred, I need I need the parties to let us know if this is not occurred. If this is not correct, then this allegation will be dismissed under the DCAPA. The board further reminds the parties that unless otherwise stated, allegations of fraud will be generally viewed through the Bennett test, which generally requires a finding of fraud to be based on 1, a false representation, 2, in reference to a material fact, 3, made with the knowledge of its falsity, 4, with the intent to deceive, and 5, action is taken in reliance upon the representation. With these instructions in mind, the board will proceed as follows. The board will hear preliminary matters. The board will then open the hearing for an opening statement by the protestant on the issues outlined above, and then the applicant, as this case picks up with the protestant's case in chief based on the remand. The board will then hear the protestant's case in chief on the issues outlined above. The board will then permit rebuttal evidence by the applicant and the protestant unless rebuttal is waived by the applicant. The board will then hear closing arguments from the protestant and the applicant. The board is further aware of the new protest report, but does not plan to call the investigator as a witness because the report provides background information and appears to contain nothing relevant to the specific issues as set forth in the court's order. The parties may call the investigator as a witness as long as it is shown that the investigator has personal knowledge and relevant testimony to provide related to the specific allegations at issue. And so before we do have opening statements, do the parties have any preliminary matters they need to bring to the attention? So we can start with you, Mr. O'Brien.
No, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Orr, do you have any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
Yes. Again, 48-hour notice was not posted, and the case is currently, the board order is currently under a Court of Appeal decision. So I have no understanding. Third, these are complaints that should be investigated, not protests.
We're here at a protest hearing, sir, because you protested. This is a 2019 case that it was a renewal of this license in 2019. You protested it. The board issued a determination. The board issued a determination to renew the license. You disagreed with the decision of the board, and then you went to the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals affirmed the majority of the board's determination and remand this case specific on one allegation. And so we're here on the remand that you requested by the agency. So if you're saying that this is not a protest anymore, and if you want to drop your protest, then we can conclude this case, renew the license because you're not moving forward with your protest. And if you want to file a complaint with our enforcement office, then so be it. But again, this is from 2019. So as I said, though, you're the one who's driving this case, sir. We're here because of your protests. So this is a protest hearing that you filed and we're trying to complete.
The last time you had the hearing, there were 5 board members. And I asked you all to look at the evidence. And now there were only 2 after that. And then Mr. Grant came in. So I was wondering, has anybody yet read the evidence? Have you read the complaints? The last time you said you didn't need to read them. I don't know what has happened since then.
The board doesn't deal with complaints, sir. Complaints are filed with enforcement. Enforcement looks at complaints, and if the enforcement branch determines that there is a violation, then a case in chief will be brought to the Attorney General's office, and they will determine if we need to have a show cause hearing. But the board does not respond to complaints. The enforcement office of the agency deals with that. Whether or not, sir, there were 3, 4, or 5, the regulations require that if we have 3 members, we have a quorum, and we do have a quorum today. We have had board members whose terms have expired, and so because their terms have expired, they're no longer here. But the regulations require that we have that a quorum is 3, and we have a quorum today, and we're making a determination based on the remand per your requests. So as I stated, yes, sir.
Actually, DCMR, whatever the clause is, states that there shall be 7 members on the liquor board, and usually there's an attorney. And I just want to know legislatively how you got from a 7-member board to a 3-member board, and has there ever been a time when three board members were asked to read evidence and then didn't show up?
Mr. Uhar, the regulations require, it clearly states that 3 board members, to have a quorum, to have a meeting, we need to have 3 board members, and we have 3 board members here, sir. And so we have a quorum, and we are ready to move forward with the protest hearing based on the specific issue that was remanded by the Court of Appeals. And so
I have a question.
You have a what, sir? I can't hear you, sir.
Backward look.
I can't hear you, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Now I lost my thought. The board, you show me the legislation that says you go from a 7-member board to a 3-member board, and I'm fine. But let's keep going, because we're here, and I don't want to waste any more money of the government's time or my time or your time. So let us proceed.
All right. So we're moving forward with the remand to continue the protest hearing from 2019, and based on the unique facts where the Court of Appeals remanded us to move on that issue. And so where we are today, if the parties wish to make an opening statement at this juncture, they can do that. There's no requirement. And then we'll have you continue your case, present your case, because the applicant has already presented their case, and you need then to provide evidence to the board on the remand issues as was specified in my opening statement. So, Mr. O'Brien, do you wish to make an opening statement? Anything you wish to do, sir?
Very, very briefly, Mr. Chair. The board, you, Mr. Chair, just have elicited the standard that governs here. The sole narrow purpose of this proceeding is to allow Mr. Uhar to present evidence of fraudulent misstatements on the part of the licensee's principals or its agents to get permits or approvals from other agencies of the District of Columbia government. The board has recognized the standards required to prove fraud, and mere mistake or inadvertence, whether on the part of the licensee or on the part of another government agency, does not without more constitute fraud. There must have been an intent to deceive and material reliance on a misstatement. The licensee denies without qualification any fraudulent conduct on its part. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Huard, do you wish to make an opening statement before you start your presentation, sir?
Yes, I do. First of all, the DC ABCA board seems to show favoritism in looking backwards and narrowly defining a remand for what has been continuing criminal or fraudulent misstatements since the day an alley opened, and before that, when Mr. Ferrugio opened for Telly La Bufala. So we have an original sin in that there's a claim of title directly.
Mr. Huard, I can't hear you, sir. I've lost you.
He keeps calling me, and I don't know how to mute this. But what I was saying was, I'm going to turn off the ringer. Anyway, the remand, continuing criminal activities have occurred since the protest, most recently in protest number 4. And it's unusual that complaints are not responded to. They're formed into protests, and then the protests are denied on legal technicalities. I should not be in this venue, and I'm under appeal. But as I said, I have my evidence, and I'm ready to proceed based on the original intention of Mr. Ferrugio. Originally, he said he didn't have he had no connection. Anyway.
All right. Do you wish to call any witnesses, sir, or are you going to be the only witness?
I'm calling Mr. Ferrugio.
Did you do a PIP?
Yes, I did.
And you listed him as a witness?
I did. I listed him as a hostile witness. I listed Meredith Moldenauer, attorney, for his false summer outdoor cafe. I got Mr. Moore, who can attest to the fact that there was never anything on the second floor. And I had Richard Livingstone, who was with the executive office of the mayor, who declared by fiat that Mr. Ferrugio could have outdoor summer cafes without US CFA approval.
All right, so you're saying that the witness you called was Mr. Ferrugio?
Yes, Mr. Ferrugio.
Mr. O'Brien, and I thought when I looked at the PIP, was a PIP done, and was Mr. Ferrugio listed as a witness, sir?
Yes.
All right. So we call Mr. Ferrugio. Where's Mr. Ferrugio? All right, sir. I'm not hearing you, so I think you need to get closer to the speaker, sir.
My name is Giuseppe Ferrugio, and I'm here.
Can you spell your name for the record, please, again, sir?
Giuseppefurruggio.
Can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Mr. Huard, your witness, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Ferrugio. In Exhibit 1 of the PIF, we will see that.
Hold on 1 minute, please. Mr. Huard, I need you to be stationary.
Okay, I'm stationary now.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you.
Okay. In Exhibit 1 of the PIF is a 1,852-page folder for Il Canale and Fratelli La Bufala. And you maintain that you got your permit directly from the Alamo Grill of Georgetown. Is that correct?
Objection, Mr. Chair. If he's going to confront the witness with the document, he has to exhibit the document, let the witness look at it.
It is page 1 in Exhibit 2. It's a letter from Candace Fitch, Esquire.
Give us a chance to locate that among
Sure.
1,852 pages.
No. You don't have to look at that. It's in my PIF. It's Exhibit 2, page 1. Exhibit 1 is the 1,852 pages that contains a lot of redundancies that ABCA needs to clean up rather than tell me I'm giving them a garbage dump.
The letter between this picture. Is
It was
Mr. You are referring to an April 8th, 2009 letter?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm showing a copy of it to Mr. Ferruggio.
All right.
Mr. Ferruggio, you contend that you received your permit directly from, that there was no FLBDC LLC, yet you were involved. How could you not know?
My name in here? I don't see my name. What is this? I don't.
Mr. Ferruggio, you can't look at Mr. O'Brien. You need to respond to the question. If you can't answer the question, you state, I can't answer the question. So I need you to answer the question to the best of your ability, sir. If you can answer the question, answer it. If you cannot, state you cannot, sir.
Can you repeat the question, John? I don't know. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. You claim that that you received your rights directly from the Alamo Grill of Georgetown to GF Inc., where the truth is you had an earlier operation with partners called FLBDC. All of your documents that you have stated since to the ABCA board since day one have claimed, you mentioned no reference of your previous operation, which I believe the license was returned. So you didn't get your license directly, and you've made fraudulent misstatements ever since, knowing that you couldn't have gotten it because you got it 6 months earlier for FLBDC.
Objection, relevance. This does not address any one or items that the board has identified are on the table, so to speak, here today.
Well, then I'd like to call Micaiah Nelson as a witness.
Hold on, hold on a minute. I'm confused, so that's why I'm trying to find the relevance of the question you're asking, sir. So I'm just trying to get some clarification from myself to make a ruling on his motion.
Well, if you had read it,
Mr. Uhar, I need you to respect this forum, sir. I do not want you to make allegations about whether or not I have read something, sir. I need you are questioning a witness.
Okay.
It is your responsibility to ask cogent questions to the witness, sir. And whether or not I've read something or not is irrelevant, sir. You're asking the questions, and you need to ask questions that the witness you're questioning can answer. Okay? So why is this Mr. O'Brien has stated that he doesn't think that this is relevant. So why is this relevant? So I will make a ruling to say whether or not he needs to answer the question or whether or not I am going to not allow you to answer the question, to ask the question, sir.
Okay. Well, if you look at my Exhibit 4, you will see that there's a whole chain of title that goes back and always says that Il Canale got its license from the Alamo Grill of Georgetown. So the first question would be this April 8th, 2009 letter that went to FLBDC LLC. Mr. Ferruggio, did you have any ownership interest in FLBDC LLC at that time?
Yes.
Objection, relevance to the four issues that are before the board.
Well, I'm going to give him some leeway, sir. I think that he's talking about fraud. And so I'm going to give him some leeway, but I am not going to give him a whole lot of leeway. So I'm going to overrule the objection. If the witness can answer the question, he can answer the question.
Yes, I had ownership of FLB. I was silent partner.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 4.
And we know what Exhibit 4 is.
Yes, it's the settlement agreements. It's a chain of title in the settlement agreements.
All right. So what about what are you asking, sir? I mean, what all right. So it's you're saying a settlement agreement. So okay.
Okay.
Do you have a question
Yes,
that you're asking, sir?
do. Yeah, I do. I just want everybody to get the paperwork. So on the settlement agreement, on page, well, let's go. The first settlement agreement was made, and you'll see that they all claim. Well, that one didn't even claim title through that. Let's go through. Oh, actually, it's all the way at the end. And it says, whereas Advisory Commission 2, it's from E. David Harrison, 5/31/2009.
What
And
page? What can you direct so you witness, sir, to a specific page? I have the document in front of me and I don't know where you are. So can you please direct the witness to where
One, two.
where in the settlement agreement you're there the numbers?
Yeah, actually, to tell you the truth, start at the back. Start at the back. Let's start at the back. We'll start at the back and work forward. Okay. And we have the last page is whereas Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E entered in an agreement with Alamo Grill of Georgetown, Inc. on October 30, 2000. And whereas the license was transferred from Alamo to GF Inc. TA Il Canale on January 28, 2010. So that's, he claims rights that actually went to FLBDC that were extinguished when FLBDC went under. And since he was a silent partner, he had to know. So these are all fraudulent documents. Every time they recite, whereas the license was transferred from Alamo to GF Inc. TAL Canale on January 28th, wherever that exists in that 1,872 pages is fraudulent.
Are you asking a question, sir, or are you making a statement?
I'm making a statement because this evidence speaks for itself. This is not only.
Mr. You are questioning the witness, sir. You cannot make statements and question the witness. When in doing your closing, in doing your closing, you can make those statements, but currently you're asking questions of the witness. So you have a document, you ask questions of the witness will answer, and then we move on. At the end of the case, when you're doing your closing, then the statements that you just stated, you can make those statements when you're doing your closing, sir, but not while you're questioning the witness, sir.
Thank you. I'm sorry. There's a second amendment to the settlement agreement that Mr. Ferrugio signed on 3/5/2014. Mr. Ferrugio, it says in the second paragraph, whereas the license was transferred from Alamo to GF Inc. trading as Il Canale on January 28th, 2010. Do you testify that this is a true statement?
Objection, Mr. Chair, relevance. We're talking about misstatements as to 4 discrete issues that are identified in the board's order and that were identified at the beginning. I think what Mr. Uhart is doing, starting back in 2019, he's attempting to take every single misstatement of fact that Mr. Ferruggio may or may not have engaged in and throwing it up on the wall here to see if it sticks. I've got a continuing objection to any discussion other than such misstatements as Mr. Ferruggio may have made with respect to the 4 issues that are before the board today.
Mr. Huar, I did state what this case was about. It's 4 allegations. The first allegation, the allegation that PIP alleging that the submission of dealing with a sidewalk cafe, the testimony of Mr. Fargama on May 8th, 2016, the allegation and the complaint that the applicant used the alleged use of a counterfeit occupancy permit since 215, and the allegation in complaint number 4 that the allegation of using 4 counterfeit permits on the radar. And I can give you some leeway, sir. So I'm going to overrule this objection, but I need you to come back to the case in chief. This hearing will be focused on the remand and the allegations that were listed in the record. I'll give you some leeway, but not in the sense that you're going to go back to 2000 to say these misstatements were made. But I'll give you some leeway, sir. So if the witness can answer the question, I'm going to overrule the objection. If the witness can answer the question, I'm going to allow him to answer it. However, I need you to come back, sir, to the purpose of this hearing, okay? So I'm going to overrule the objection. If the witness can answer the question, then he should move ahead. Go ahead.
We ask the question to be restated.
Mr. Orr, it's been asked that you restate the question, sir. I
Yes.
think it had something.
Yes. Mr. Ferruggio, when you signed the Second Amendment to the settlement agreement stating that the license was transferred from Alamo to GF Inc., trading as Il Canal on January 28th, 2010, is this a true statement?
Yes.
It is. When you just saw that Exhibit 1 said it went to, he said yes. I don't know. Tell me what to do.
The witness answered the question. You asked one question, he has answered it, sir. If you have a follow-up question, you ask a follow-up question. If not, let's move on.
Okay. How can that be true when the letter before said that it went to FLB DC and you were a member of both?
What, go back to this one again?
Yes.
It's just 2009, went from Alamo to FLB. I was not handling this stuff. I was a silent partner. I had the partner that had majority, and there was a secretary of the company that was handling this stuff. I was a silent partner. I was just an investor.
Why wouldn't you state that on your ABCA license?
I wasn't asked. I wasn't part of the license. The old, everything got transferred to Mr. David Harrison. He handled everything at that time. We hired him, and he handled all the transfer. And he told me, this is what we're doing. I signed it. Don't know whether I did, in your knowledge, whether I did something that was not right. I mean, I think I did my right thing.
Well, you knew about both. I mean, why didn't you just say, ABCA, I'm the new guy and I'm taking all over, because all your permits run through Alamo Grill, and they stopped when your FLBDC stopped.
I really don't understand your question, what you're trying to get. I had a license from Alamo, got transferred, to Fratelli La Bufala, and then Fratelli La Bufala failed, and then you got, the company went down. I lost a lot of money, and then I switched the liquor license on the GFing, which I was 100% owner. I asked my lawyer to do that, and he did that with gracious,
Well, it's an original sin, Mr. Ferrugio. You knew it, and you should have been honest, and you haven't been honest since then.
Objection, Mr. Chair.
Sustained,
That's
Mr.
not a question.
I agree. I
That's
agree.
not a question.
I agree. I agree.
All right, let's move on, sir.
Okay, so the other questions were complaint number 3. Oh, no. I remember. I'd like to call Micaiah Nelson.
Hold on a minute, sir. Hold, all right.
Oh, no.
Are-
You're right. I'm sorry.
No, hold on, Mr. Ugar. All right. Are you done asking questions to this witness? Because
Yeah.
if you want to move on, you cannot come back again and call him.
That's correct.
So, all right. So, all right.
So I'm trying to find your specific questions. Okay. Complaint number 1. Does everybody have complaint number 1?
Is complaint number 1 or exhibit number 1? Is it the same?
Yeah, they were all. It was just a complaint number 1. You hurried me. Well, never mind. Complaint number 1.
I don't know what's complaint number 1, so I can't. I'm trying to follow along, but I don't know what complaint number 1 is. Yeah.
I believe it's exhibit 5.
All right, go ahead. Is there a question? Is there a question presented, sir?
Yes. Because you want to know. Okay. Mr. Ferrugio, on May 23, 2016, you state that, but Mr. Uhar assume that I'm applying my license now for the whole building, and my license right now is for the bottom floor and 1063 and 1065 bottom floor, and we're dragging this thing. I think we're wasting time. But later on 2019, you get an occupancy permit for the second floor. How did you get that?
Mr. Chair, I want to show Mr. Ugar is reading from a page of a transcript at a roll call hearing. I want to show the page to Mr. Ferrugio.
That's fine, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that's,
Mr. Ferrugio, was that a
Okay.
true statement at the time?
yes.
Okay. Then we go to exhibit 2. Well, the next page. On 11/6/2019, when this was under complaint, you were able to expand onto the second floor. How was that possible?
Mr. Chair, I don't understand the question either.
Okay, go to the last page on that exhibit. Go to the last page.
It's my
No,
question.
no,
I
no.
don't know.
We need clarification.
I'm sorry, he said go to the last page, so
No. Actually, go to, it'll say number 3. It'll say Exhibit 3. And it's Mr. Ferruggio's permit issued for the first floor of 1065. But then on 11/6/2019, he gets the second floor while it's under protest, and I just want to know how that happens.
Mr. Chair, I still don't understand the question, how it happens.
Mr. Ugar, can you rephrase your question, sir? Mr. Ugar.
Yes.
Because you're not.
Actually, let's move on.
All right.
Yeah, we can move on.
Okay.
Excuse
All
me.
right, sir.
So what's the next one? What's the next one you want to know? Because on your edited version.
Mr. You're asking the witness questions, sir. So
I know,
it's
but
your.
but Exhibit 3.
Is there a pending question for the witness, sir?
Yeah, let's move on to let's move on to exhibit. I called ABRA complaint number 4. It's a complaint sent to Mr. Moosley that was never
No, just wait.
Okay. We're going to get to, on that, we're going to move to exhibit. We'll start through exhibits 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, 11. Let's just start with exhibit number 3. And that's stop work order on an illegal shed.
Hold on, sir. Are you talking about exhibit 3 in your PIP?
No, exhibit 3 in complaint number 4, which should be PIF exhibit number 9. It's an ABRA complaint number 4.
So you need to direct the witness to be specific. In order to clarify the record, then you need to tell us exactly where you are,
Okay.
what document that is in the record, so we'll have a clear record of what we're referencing.
Sure. I'm referencing ABRA complaint number 4, and I'm going to start with exhibit. You know it as PIF number 9 because I think I added 5, and we're going to go over these. We'll start with exhibit 1.
I'm sorry, exhibit 1.
On PIF number, on the 4 protest, the complaint number 4. Yeah, exhibit 1.
Okay. If I may, Mr. Chair, just to try to move it along, is this a photograph?
Yes,
with
sir.
The notation construction over public alley
Yes.
written on it?
Yes,
Okay.
that part.
We know what Mr. Uhar is referring to, Mr. Chair.
All right, fine. Is there a question?
Yes. Exhibit 1, Mr. Ferrugio, you constructed this. This is a picture of you constructing over the public alley?
No, I never construction anything at the public alley. I did it in the lot, in the square.
No, the square's on the other.
I'm aware of the alley, it's not my property.
So you say that you didn't build this?
In the alley, no.
Okay,
built it
let's move
in
on
the
to
lot.
number 2. Let's move on to number 2. These are your guys on the public alley in the back. True or not?
They're not in the public alley, they're on top of my property that I lease.
No.
It's a platform right next to the air conditioner.
Mr. Uhar, you ask him a question. He
Okay.
responds. You can't say no, yes or no. You just have to move on to another question or yes, sir.
Okay. Exhibit 3. Mr. Ferrugio, you still contend that you didn't build over the alley?
Yes, I never built over the alley.
Mr.
I never
Ferrugio,
will.
Mr. Ferrugio, you look on the right, you'll see a stop work order. Do you acknowledge receiving a stop work order?
Yes, I acknowledge it, receiving many stop orders because you called for it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Do
sir.
we have a proffer as to the relevance of this to any of the 4 issues before the board today?
Mr. Uhar, are you able to do that, sir?
Yes, this is fraudulent, illegal activity over a public alley that for a summer garden. Absolutely. So let's move on. Exhibit 4. Mr. Ferrugio?
All right, what's exhibit 4?
Mr.
It's not a
Ferrugio?
photograph, Mr. Chair.
What exhibit on the PIP are we? Where are we on the PIP? What exhibit on the PIP?
We're number 9, which is complaint number 4, and we're on exhibit 4, which is the picture of the shed that's removed. And I was just going to ask Mr. Ferrugio if he was made to clean that up by DC.
What's the question, John?
Did DC make you clean up this shed? Did DC make you return the lot to how it was?
The lot, there used to be a refrigerator there that Mr.
Please answer
Moore, were you ever built on that? And after we took it down the refrigerator, I put a fan around to use it for storage. And then I was told that I needed to get a permit. I thought it because I was substituting the same space. I didn't got a permit. And then I was asked to take it down and I took it down.
Okay. Exhibit 5. Mr. Ferrugio. Mr. Ferrugio?
Yes, sir.
Okay, exhibit 5. Is this a new fence you had constructed on 330/22?
Yes.
Did you get a permit for that?
Yes.
And what lot and square was that permit for?
Lot number. Can I have the lot number, the permit?
Don't worry about it. Let's move on.
I have the lot number, John.
Let's move on.
We'll get to that. I have the lot number 2. That's It should be for lot 64. You had the permit for, and that's lot 0842. Correct?
I have to look at it, John. I don't remember all those numbers in my brain.
Well, Mr. O'Brien can help you.
Yes, he can answer for you.
Anyway, this is new fence that you built on 3/30/22, right?
Yeah, I remember the date, but yeah, I assume that's the right time. That's what the permit says.
Okay, exhibit number 6. This shows you blocking gates and fire exits for me at 3075 and 3073 Canal. You caused this blocking of the gate, correct?
I put a fan when I had the permit, John. I didn't block anybody. I had the right to I had the permit and I had to build the fence with the permit that I had approved too.
Okay. Let's go to the next one. This is your interior lot and storage yard with a tent, not without occupancy. You never got occupancy permits for this interior lot storage yard, did you?
No. I put the tent just to cover my some of those equipment that I don't want to get damaged.
And
That I
you're
use in the front during cover.
and you're occupying it without a certificate of occupancy.
What's your question about certificate of occupancy?
You don't have a certificate of occupancy for this, do you?
Or what?
For this lot?
I don't know what's the question. I don't
have
know if it's in the pipe.
Do you have
list the property. I list the property, has 5,000 square foot and this square. There was a walk-in refrigerator there and I just use it. I do not know that I had to get an occupancy for that.
Did you recently take the fence down?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because I thought, I wanted to make you happy and do whatever I thought it was supposed to be if that would bother you, because I had the permit, but anyway, that's what I took it down. I don't want to continue arguing with you.
Did you recently, that lot is now under a tree easement that was from that's not connected to this. Move on. Exhibit 8. This is a picture of your new fence, and those are permits that you had on the back, Mr. Ferrugio?
Yes, that was the permit for the fence, yes.
Okay. Now, if we go and we look in a little closer, Exhibit 9, these are the 2 permits. Correct, Mr. Ferrugio? Is that correct, Mr. Ferrugio?
I'm just verifying, John. Hold on. I can't read it that much, but it looks like yes. Looks like, but I can't read it very well in here. But I have the good copy here. That's the copy, yes.
Exhibit 10. These look like the permits that you posted on your property?
Yeah.
Okay. Exhibit 11. Do you see, it's hard to see, but that is lot 64.
Yeah.
And if you look at Exhibit 12, that lot 64 is actually your original location, which was the Alamo Grill of Georgetown. Is that correct, Mr. Ferrugio?
have to get clear here. Lot 842. This is what we're talking about. 842.
That's your outdoor summer garden. That was going to be your outdoor summer garden. But
It is. That's not my summer garden. This is you're talking about the same square.
Yes, Mr. Ferruggio, the fence permit is clearly for lot 64, correct?
Yes.
But you built across lot 0842, correct?
No. Wait. Well, the permit was for the whole behind 1065 and behind 1063.
No, it wasn't, sir.
I leased both properties, and then when I applied for a permit, we used the lot of the addresses, and then my architect, I didn't apply personally. I hired an architect, a professional, to give me the permit, and he bring it, and we built the fence.
Mr. Ferruggio, the fence that you built on lot 0842. Lot 0842 in this exhibit says existing, well, no. Okay, so lot 64 is what you have the permit for. And you built across, you blocked lot 0842, you fenced in lot 0842 by blocking the access to the alley to 3073 and 3075. Is that correct?
No.
Why not?
Because both the permit was behind both building and was for both buildings.
Mr.
It wasn't-
Ferruggio, the permit clearly states
Miss-
it's for lot 64.
Mr. Or, give him an opportunity to answer the question, sir.
Okay.
Please.
In my knowledge, they both part of my lease, and my architect, went in there, both address. I have both lease, and he applied for permit for me to wrap up the property that I'm paying rent for, so I could use it for my need. And he got me the permit, and with the Department of Consumer Affairs, and then I was told that it was not right, and I'm still up to today. I think I did the right thing, but you're saying it's not, and it created a lot of chaos. But I think I'm legally with the permit. I still
you
believe it,
legally
that
have a
I
permit-
did it right.
Okay, I'm sorry for interrupting. Continue.
I'm done. You talk.
Okay, if we go to, so you say that the fence permit was not for lot 64, is that correct?
Oh,
Objection, that's not what he said.
Okay, then let me restate the question. You built the fence on lot 64, correct?
yes, I have the two permits for it, yes.
So you built the property on lot 64. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if we look to exhibit 13. This is lot 1198-0842. You'll see that there's no building or occupancy permits, but you occupy in violation of DC municipal regulations, correct?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, what's the nature of the objection, sir?
the problem here is that the board is not seeing these exhibits as they're discussed. And in this exhibit, I think there's a predicate that Mr. Yor has to ask whether Mr. Ferruggio has ever seen this document before. I will represent to the board, it's not a document signed by Mr. Ferruggio or generated. It's some sort of DCRA printout.
Okay.
It's the legal.
all right, so why don't we start at the beginning, sir? Why don't you ask the witness if he knows what this document is, if you recognize this document, the witness can respond. So
No,
what I'm asking-
I have a better way. I know how to ask it. Thank you.
well,
Mr.
all right. Let me say this to you, Mr. UR. Normally, what occurs? You have exhibits. You call the exhibit that you're relying on. The attorney looks at it to make sure that we're all looking at the same exhibit, and then you show the exhibit to the witness, and then you ask the witness if the witness recognizes this document so the witness can testify. If the witness says that I don't recognize this document, then he can't testify. So what I need you to do moving forward, sir, is that when we have you state what document you're relying upon, Mr. O'Brien will show the witness the document, and then you can ask a question of the document once the witness has had an opportunity to review the document, sir. Okay?
Yes, thank you. Okay. Exhibit 13, Mr. O'Brien, 1198-0842.
Witness has the document in front of him.
Okay. Mr. Ferrugio, you're occupying lot 0842 and 1198 without an occupancy permit, correct?
Yeah. I have a permit to build the fence in that property. And
Okay.
I don't know what the document is, really.
It's just a record of building and occupancy permits, and it says you don't have a building permit or an occupancy permit, but you say you do, correct?
Yes.
Your testimony. You
I put
testified there
lot 64 and
about
1198, lot 64, I have two permits. One,
Mr. Ferrugio, I'm asking about lot 0842. It's your testimony here today that you had a building permit for the fence and an occupancy permit for your continuing operations. Yes?
yes.
Okay. We go now to Exhibit 15, which is the permit for the fence from the DC Scout website. Do you see that, Mr. O'Brien?
What you've labeled, Mr. Yours, Exhibit 15 to the witness. I suggest the predicate question is, has the witness ever seen this document?
Have you? No. Have you ever seen this? Well, yeah, it was in the exhibit before.
All right, but Mr. O'R, you're asking the witness about a document, and I think you're asking whether or not he is aware of it, if he's seen it. So you need to start there first, sir. Okay.
Mr. Ferrugio, have you ever seen this document?
No.
Okay. It says it removes existing wood stockade fence and install new pressure treated stockade fence. Was there any existing?
What's the nature of the objection, sir?
It's the witness says he's never seen this document before. I can represent to the board, and it purports to be a DCRA printout.
Yes, it is.
But he's never seen it before. He can't comment on it.
Hold on. What's the question that's him? Let him ask the question first, Mr. O'Brien, because maybe let me see what the question is. I know that he was about to say something and he objects, so let me hear the question and then you can raise your objection at that time, sir. Go ahead, Mr. UR.
Mr. Ferrugio, if you look at this document, you'll see that it says Ben and Mel for lot 64 in square 1198 to remove the existing wood stockade fence and install a new pressure treated stockade fence. Did you remove the existing wood stockade fence and install a new pressure treated stockade fence on lot 64 in square 1198?
Yes.
That is, so you're saying that you replaced the fence that was behind me and is part of the old Alamo Grill. You replaced that fence because that's lot 0064. You said you replaced that fence?
No, I say I put it around a fence, whatever I had the permit for. And I
But
don't know
Mr.
what fence
Ferruccio,
you're talking about, the way you describe it. I don't picture what size you're talking about.
the fence permits for lot 64 and square 1198.
Yes.
And I'm asking you, did you remove the existing wood stockade fence and install the new pressure treated stockade fence on the old Alamo Grill space at 1063 AK 1063 31st Street, aka 1198 064? Did you build the fence there?
Yes, I had I didn't build, I got the fence company built the fence following the permits.
And you did this, you replaced the fence between us from the old Alamo Grill. That's what your permit's for, and that's what you
I replaced the fence. I replaced the fence. There was behind the Alamo Grill, but was not next to your property. Was between Alamo Grill and which is 1063, and Mr. Moore's building, which is 1065. The fence that I removed it was between these two property, which I'm leasing it. Not in your property. I didn't touch any fence that has that touches your property.
But you should have. That was the only fence you were permitted for, Mr. Ferruccio. You did not have a permit for 0842.
And that's not a question, that's an argument, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Mr. Ular, please
I'm
ask the
ready.
question. Yeah, all right.
I move on. Exhibit 16.
What's the question, sir?
Well, I wanted to see if Mr. Ferruccio had seen this.
This is chapter 3 of administrative enforcement. So, I mean, what is it you're asking him about these, I don't know what regulations these are, I guess building zoning regulations. So what about it that you're asking him, sir?
Occupancy permits.
I'm sorry, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Ferruccio works with, Mr. Ferruccio, you say you work with attorneys and other people to assist you in all this. How is it that you can occupy 0842 without a building or certificate of occupancy?
Are we asking about exhibit 15 now?
16.
16.
I really don't know what. I don't know what this is. Building permit.
Okay. Mr. Chair, do you see that exhibit 16 now?
I'm looking at exhibit 16. Exhibit 16 is chapter 3 administrative enforcement. So I don't know what's been asked, if that's we're looking at the same document. So what's been asked, sir?
Mr. Ferruccio, did you get a permit to put the tent over lot 0842? Did you get a building for lot 0842 for your fenced-in compound?
Mr. You are. All right. Exhibit 16 is, at least what I'm looking at, is chapter 3 administrative enforcement. Are you asking the witness whether or not he's familiar with these regulations? I think we need to start there first, because unless I'm looking at the wrong document.
Yes, no, I hear you. And his attorney, Mr. Ferruccio, claims that his attorneys take care of everything. Well, his attorney should know that you can't do a building permit or you can't have a certificate. If you don't have a building permit or a certificate of occupancy, you can't occupy a property. So knowing this, how does he occupy lot 0842?
Is there a question to me?
Yes.
He was explaining to somebody.
He was explaining. Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
His occupancy or not of 0842 is not one of the 4 issues before the board today.
I'm looking at allegation 4, and maybe maybe I'm confused, but I'm looking at allegation 4. So I'm thinking that the allegation of using 4 counterfeit fence permits to the rear door of 1065. Is that what we're talking about? If that's not what we're talking about, then
No, that's
I'm
not what we're
gonna.
talking about. Let's move on to that though.
All
I'm
right,
ready.
no, hold on. So therefore, then, if that's not what we're talking about, then I'm going to sustain the objection to move on, because I heard we've been talking about fences, and so because I know that was one of the allegation, that's one of the reasons why I've allowed this to occur, because I thought that this conversation was dealing with the fence and using illegal permits.
Yes, it is.
But if that's not,
It
so if
was.
that's not what it is, I'm sorry. So go ahead, sir.
Well, that's what it is. That was the DC code. And Mr. Ferrugio says that he works through his attorneys, but maybe he doesn't listen to them and he builds not where he gets his permits for. And so he claims, well, that's it. That's pretty much it. So that's why I was asking about the occupancy permit, and that's why I was asking about the building permits.
All right. Do we have another question that you want to ask?
No, you said you wanted to move on. What was the one that you talked about, Exhibit 4, with the fraudulent permits? Let's move on to that one.
That's one of the allegations that we were supposed to address in this
Yeah,
in this protest hearing, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to
Yes.
move on to that. What did that is
Okay.
what do you know it as, sir?
I believe that based on the remand, this is one of the issues that needs to be addressed here. Allegation 4, the allegation in complaint 4, the allegation of using 4 counterfeit fence permits on the rear door of 1065 31st Street and the window on the front of 1065 31st Street on a date and time that has been clearly identified in the complaint, which is it says I'm not applying for anything new, I'm applying for the license as it stands.
Yes, that's
All
the
right,
one.
so what is it that you want to ask about that, sir?
Well, first I have to find it. So I'm going to go online for a second. Where is it?
It's supposed to be in the screen too.
Exhibit 4, I'm sorry. If you wait a second, I'll pull it up on, I have it right here. So, Exhibit 4. Okay. That's complaint number 4, right? Chairman?
Yeah, that's the allegation complaint number 4. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And okay. So, no, that's not it. Well, hold on, let me see. The page. That looks like a lot of what we just went over. Yeah, that was all what we just went over. Those are the fences and the permits, and yeah. We've already, that's what we've been discussing. Which was the
All
other?
right.
Yeah. Yep. So what was the next one that you wanted to consider?
I gave you the 4 allegations, sir, that should be and I believe they were in the board order. But the 4 allegations that needs to be addressed is the allegation in the PIP alleging that the submission of a sidewalk cafe plan to DCRA was fraudulent. The allegation in your complaint number 1 that the testimony of Mr. Fargamo on May 8th, 2016 in line 7 was in the transcript was fraudulent. Allegation number 3, the allegation complaint number 3 that the applicant used the alleged use of a counterfeit occupancy permit since February 15th, 2015 in violation of DC Official Code Section 25401 and 25835, and we have already addressed allegation number 4.
All right, let's go to allegation number 3, because we didn't get number 1, but let's go to complaint number 3. Okay, have you ever seen this document?
Now, what document are we? We're at.
We're going to go through everything in exhibit number, ABCA complaint number 3. Because this is about the false occupancy permits.
Right. We're gonna have to find these exhibits here. Okay. I have ABCA complaint number 3 in front of me, which is a statement by Mr. Uhar. Is he referring to that piece of paper or to the exhibits mentioned in it?
I'm starting with the whole thing. Yes, that's the exhibit.
So I'm sorry, which exhibit is that? So I can follow along myself. From the PIP, what exhibit is that so I can follow along?
It's exhibit, if it's, what is it, 3, then it must be 8, right? It's exhibit 8 in your PIF.
2, 3, and 4.
ABCA complaint number 3. Yeah.
No, that's not number 8, because number 8 is ABCA complaint number 4.
Yeah, no, it's.
So it's not number. It's not. Let me see. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Yeah, it says ABCA complaint number 3. It's to Mr. Musoli. It would have been right before 4.
Okay. Well, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Okay. I have it in front of me. Go ahead.
All right. I guess we'll go to exhibit 1. This is the testimony. Actually, we can skip exhibit 1. Let's go to exhibit 2. Mr. Ferrugia, Mr. O'Brien.
Yeah, I'm reviewing it.
Okay.
Hand it to the witness. Once you look that over, see if you understand what that is.
Mr. Ferrugia.
It's let him please finish reviewing.
Can I review it, John?
All right.
Sure.
Witness is ready.
Okay. Mr. Ferrugia, are you familiar with a certificate of occupancy being granted to Fratelli La Bufala?
No. I mean, they had to go and get one, but I wasn't part of this. I was an investor at that time. I did not deal with this.
But you see, it's for a restaurant and bar and 88 seats. Do you not?
Yeah.
Do you see? Do you see an outdoor sidewalk cafe endorsement there? Mr. Ferrugia?
I'm looking, John. basically what I see that as for the restaurant and the bar.
Yeah, this is a 4/2/2009 occupancy permit issued to Fratelli La Bufala.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, yeah.
Okay. Let's move on to the next. Exhibit number 3.
He hasn't asked a question yet.
Okay, Mr. Ferruggio, you were pretty involved. Do you remember this? Do you remember this letter?
No.
No.
I as I say, I was an investor and I did not deal with any of the stuff. They deal with it, you know,
Okay, but do you see here that it says awning and signs for Fratelli La Buffalo, existing permit? Do you see
existing
it?
permit.
Yeah,
Yeah, I see that.
But do you see note is made that a sidewalk cafe with tables, chairs, and umbrellas was installed on public space without review or permit? Do you see that?
Objection. He stated he's not familiar with the document, Mr. Chair. He's being asked to agree to contents of a document which he did not prepare and he's never seen before.
He was a member of Fratelli La Bufala as well as Il Canale. He's connected and he doesn't. He's misleading and been fraudulent since day one on this. This is what this is all about.
But Mr. Orr,
Okay, let's move to exhibit number 4.
All right.
Okay.
Witness has the document in front of him.
Okay. Have you ever seen this document, Mr. Ferruggio?
Yes, this is anything's got to do with El Canale. I'm responsible for it.
Okay.
Yes,
Do you
I
see,
think so.
Mr. Ferruggio? Did you remember the recommendation they gave you? Returned without action, permit application for awning signs and sidewalk cafe for Il Canale was withdrawn at the written request of the applicant. So do you remember withdrawing your sidewalk cafe request?
I remember that way. I remember that I hired Mr. David Harrison, and he got me the permit that I needed, and you know, and then we started doing business. I do not question my lawyer. I mean, he did a, you know, by the way, God bless his heart, he passed.
So even though it was your restaurant and they told you couldn't have a sidewalk cafe, you kept going with your sidewalk cafe before and after September 18, 2009. Is that your testimony?
Give me the question and I answer yes or no. You're saying a lot of words there that you put in my mouth. Can you tell me what it is that you want to know? I mean, I at that time I stated that I asked my lawyer because we have a beautiful sidewalk and I think we need to expand the sidewalk from one building to front of another building. And he did it. And that's what I understand and what I remember. And I don't know.
Mr. Ferruggio, would you agree that if the U.S. Commission of Fine Arts says that you withdrew your permit for applications, awnings, and signs for a sidewalk cafe, do you think that's true or not?
I don't remember doing that. What I know that there was one permit, we extended and to do it. And then there was two address. There was a lot of confusion there. But I do not recall anything that I did it, because I wanted to do it. Just like you stated that I lied.
Well, Mr. Ferrugio, you've been operating a sidewalk cafe since 18 September 2009 without USCFA approval? Yes or no?
No, I have approval.
You have
Everybody
Mr.
permit.
Ferrugio, you're testifying here right now that you have USCFA approval for your outdoor.
What that means, USCSA, what that means?
That's what this letter's about, Mr. Ferrugio. Your attorney should explain it to you. Perhaps Mr. O'Brien can tell you.
I'm not aware, I operated with the permit given to me from the department that is required. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Ferrugio, you know that you need USCFA approval, don't you?
Yes, of course I know. I mean, whoever they give the permits will have the sitting outside. We did, get it from them, yes, from the department.
Your contention is the United States government, through its agents, the USCFA, granted you an occupancy permit for 1063 and 1065 31st Street, correct? That's your testimony.
In 18 of September,
Mr. Fer-
10/6.
Sir, let him answer the question.
Correct. I'm sorry.
In September 2009, there was the Fratello Buffalo had closed at that time, and I was working with my lawyer, Mr. David Harrison, to reopen it and to give me the permit that I needed to have the sitting outside. And yes, he did it through the channel of U.S. government and the city of Washington, D.C., through the channels they needed to do it to get it. Yes, he was a good lawyer.
Mr. Ferrugio, would you be willing to provide that proof within 7 days to the DC ABCA and myself?
Action. The hearing is today.
Okay.
Sustained.
He doesn't have it. Let's move on to exhibit number 5.
Your Honor, the copy of exhibit number 5 I have, I'm struggling to find a date on this. Can Mr. Uhar point us to a date?
Yeah, that's pretty much how it still is. I went in last night and checked. So that's a current DC Scout report.
What's the question presented?
Well, I'll show the exhibit to the witness and urge that the predicate question be answered, which is whether he can comment on this document.
I'm sorry, hold on, Mr. Yor. You have to show the witness the documents, but I don't know what the question that's been asked. So I see a document, there's no date on it, and I don't know what the document stands for, and I don't know what it is that you're trying to.
Okay, it'll become clear. I'll walk you through.
Witness is ready.
Okay. Mr. Ferrugio, I assume you haven't seen this document before?
No, I don't even know what it is. No.
Okay.
You want to talk about this one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Okay, this is from DC Scout, and it indicates that there are no public space permits for construction, and there are also no, so Mr. Ferrugio, where are the public space permits?
What's the nature of the objection, sir?
The predicate is that Mr. UR is testifying.
All right. Mr. Yor, I need you to ask a question, and I don't know what this document is. It's undated, and I'm not quite sure what it is that you're trying to ask.
Okay,
But-
it's okay. We can move on. It's public record that there are no building permits.
That's a statement by Mr. UR. I don't know.
Okay, let's just move on. Exhibit 6.
Same thing.
All right, just wait till you ask the question. Witness is ready.
Okay, Mr. Ferrugio, this is also DC Scout for public space permits, and yours isn't on here. Where is your public space permit? Do you have a public space? Is it your testimony, Mr. Ferrugio, that you have a public?
I have a permit. We're talking about the same thing for the public space.
I'll ask you again. Mr. Ferrugio, do you have a public space permit for 1063 31st Street?
And 1063 and 1065?
Well, no, this is just 1063, sir. This shows up in DC Scout. So your contention is you testified today, Mr. Ferrugio, that you have a public space permit.
Put the exhibit down. Answer his question.
I'm sorry. Hold on a minute, please. Remember, we have a court reporter. I can only have one person speaking at a time. All right. So, you have a question, Mr. UR?
Yes. Mr. Ferrugio, it's your contention that you have public space permits for 1063 31st Street Northwest.
Yes.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 7.
Is there a question?
Well, I want to see if he's
The
familiar.
witness is reviewing the document, Mr. Chair.
All right.
I don't read
All right,
English very well.
you don't, there's not a question yet. Have you had a chance to review it?
Okay, I'll review it.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Ferrugio, this is the permit that you're talking about, 128-215. E. David Harrison sent to Alcoholic Beverage Control Administration. Is that correct?
Department of Public. Can you repeat it again, John?
Yes, Mr. Ferrugio, this 128-2015 occupancy permit is for lot 64 and square 1198.
Okay,
Correct?
That's yeah, GFing. Okay, 2015.
Yep. Mr. Ferrugio, do you know why Mr. Harrison didn't put the actual street address? Why does it just say Washington, D.C.? Do you have any idea?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
Now, you come down, Mr. Ferrugio, and you can see outlined in red, Sidewalk Cafe adjacent to its premises located at 1063 31st Street Northwest. Said unenclosed sidewalk cafe area will be 9 feet in length and 71 feet in width. Do you see that, sir?
No, I'm not following you because I don't read English very well.
Okay.
Very slow to read it. So I assume what you say, it's what it is.
Okay, well, this permit for lot 64 and square 1198 states that it's 9 feet in length and 71 feet in width. And that's the permit that Mr. Harrison got for you, correct, Mr. Ferrugio?
Yeah, at the time, yeah, I think, yeah, you're right.
Okay. Now, let's move to Exhibit 8.
We don't seem to have 8. We skipped to 9.
No, I have 8, so
Yeah, I have 8. It's a survey.
Oh, the plot.
Yeah, the plot.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we had that out earlier. That's why it's not in order. Okay. I'm showing this to Mr. Ferrugio, Exhibit 8.
Is there a question?
No, did you order this survey? This is your survey, correct, sir?
It is my survey, yes. It is a survey of the property that I occupy, both of them, yes.
Yeah, these are your lands. So if we look at lot 64, we see that
Yes.
the width of the property is only 29.58 feet. Is that correct?
29.
It's
Yes.
yeah. So that's lot 64 is 29 feet and not 71 feet. Is that correct, Mr. Ferrugio?
Definitely, yes, he is correct.
But your permit is for 71 feet. And I want to know, how did Mr. Harrison include lot 819 in that permit application, which is only for lot 64? Do you know what he did there?
No, I didn't know what it did, but I assume that he corrected, there was a mistake, he corrected, but I don't, he extended the permit, he presented, and he got the permit. I don't know how and what. I just, I know.
But you agree that this 2015 permit is for a sidewalk cafe that's less than 30 feet, correct?
I'm sorry. Can we have? I'm sorry. Can we have the question again?
Yeah, the permit Mr. Harrison got was for lot 64, which is 30 feet. Correct, Mr. Ferrugio?
No, well, that's before that time, that
No,
was
this
just
is
one
2015, Mr.
permit. Then when we expanded, he expanded the permit to get more seating.
No, we're talking about 2006. We're talking about 2015, and this is for lot 64 in square 1198. And you'll agree that lot 64 in square 1198 is 29.58 feet, correct?
Agree with that, yes.
Okay. Now, if we turn to lot 0842, Mr. Ferrugio, in the back on that same survey.
819?
No, 0842. You or in your surveyor say that there's an existing one-story brick building, correct?
Then I didn't ask for the survey. I think my landlord probably provide it, and maybe the architect got it. I didn't got it.
So,
I
Mr.
don't know.
Ferrugio, that statement that there's an existing one-story brick building on 0842 is false, correct?
Oh, 842?
Yeah, there's no building there, correct? So
But
that's
there was a freezer there, walk-in freezer. And maybe it
we're
was
talking
called,
about,
maybe what,
it's an
no
existing,
bricks.
so
Talking
that's,
about the lot,
so that's a misstatement right there, right, Mr. Ferruggio?
if this says that I think it's got a brick building in there, I
Yeah.
am not, I just first I heard.
Okay,
I never saw that.
okay, let's move on to exhibit 9.
Hold on. What is your concern, Mr. O'Brien?
Okay, Mr. Uhar is attempting to portray this plat as generated by Mr. Ferruggio, but it's
He
generated by the Office of the DC Surveyor. It's clear. So if there's a mistake made here about a brick building, it's the surveyor's mistake. So on those grounds, I would object to the line of questioning as irrelevant. Irrelevant to the issue of fraud on fraud or not on Mr. Ferruggio's part.
Well, I mean, I mean, he's asking questions, sir. I mean, that is for us to make a determination based on a standard, whether or not he has met the standard. So, I'm gonna, overrule the objection currently, but I mean, yeah, that's coming to a legal conclusion. He can ask whatever questions that he wants to ask, or he can come to his conclusions, but at the end of the day, the trier of fact is going to make a determination whether or not we believe that they have met the standard.
Mr. Chair, no better than to argue with the chair, but may make an observation.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
A question predicated on a misstatement of fact is objectionable.
Okay.
It is not. Mr. Uhar attempted to get Mr. Ferruggio to adopt this as his representation. And that's what I object to. It's not his representation. So the question itself was predicated on a misstatement of fact.
But I think
objective fact.
But I think the witness testified that this is not. The witness clarified by testifying that this was my attorney, or if there was an error, it was corrected. So I believe that the witness has done a sufficient job in answering the question. In the contrary, so I'm fine with the answer that was provided, because at least from my perspective, the witness has testified this was not. I did not do this, so I'm fine with that. So let's move on. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. O'Brien.
I said very well.
All right. Mr. Uhar, I mean, one of the things that I want to do, I want to take a break, because this is going to be.
Can we get to exhibit 9?
No, I'm not telling you I'm taking a break now, sir. I'm just saying to you that is my goal. I didn't realize this would have gone on for 2 hours, but it's my goal when I do these hearings to take a break every 2 hours, and so we're getting close to that. So I'm just pointing that out to you, that in another 10-15 minutes I'm going to take a break. Okay. So I need you to. All right.
That's good. Thank you. Exhibit 9.
Oh, that's not it. You put that down, please. Showing it to the witness so he can examine it. Have you finished reviewing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, the witness is finished reviewing it.
Okay. Mr. Ferruggio, this is a July 13, 2018 letter, email from Richard Livingstone to a lot of us. And I don't think you've seen this, have you?
It was July 17,
July 13.
July 17, 2018.
The questions, have you seen this?
And I have I have a jam there. I don't sometimes some of the stuff goes through without me. No, I don't remember this word. It's a renewable of a permit?
No, it's
Mr.
a,
You are, hold on. Mr. You are,
yes.
you either recognize this or you don't. Don't ask questions, sir. I either recognize it or I don't recognize it. And let's move on from there. So don't ask. Yeah.
No, sir.
No.
Sir.
His job. Hold on, Mr. Yor. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Yor. I'm telling Mr. Fargal. His job is not to ask you questions, sir. You ask him a question, he answers a question. If there's clarification, then there's an objection. Ask for clarification. But that's so.
Okay, I have a
Just tell
question.
him.
I have a question to
Yeah.
ask.
Yes.
Mr. Ferrugio, who do you know in the executive office of the mayor that would give you a permit on July 13 when you said you had one back in 2015? What do you have any idea what's happening here?
What are you saying, Johnny? Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, you were claiming that you had a permit in 2015, correct?
Yes.
That's your occupancy permits. And then Richard Livingstone declares on July 13 that the sidewalk cafe for 1063 and 1065 is now permitted. So when was it permitted? Were you permitted 2015 or was this letter from the mayor 2018? When did you get your permit, Mr. Ferrugio, for your out?
What's your question? Can you give me a
Yeah,
question?
yeah.
You
When
asked
did
me
you when did
things here.
when did you get your outdoor sidewalk cafe permits?
Since the first day I opened. And then we grew along. We expanded. Then there was error. Then they both was in one address. Then we put two address. We progressed is we grew. And I assume that was in this time, there was when a permit expire, and then there was some adjustment made to update the file. I don't know what are you saying about. I know somebody in the mayor's office. Can you clear that a little more about that?
Yes. Do you know John Falchicchio?
No, I don't know him.
Do you know Mayor Gray?
Vince Gray?
Yes.
I knew him when he ran for mayor. He came to start his mayor campaign in my restaurant, and there was a beautiful, beautiful evening, and then he became a mayor. And that's the way we left. I don't, I'm just running my business in Georgetown, and that's how I do, Mr. John.
Mr. Ferrugio, if you said you got your if you got your first permit for the outdoor sidewalk cafe in 2015, how were you operating between 2009 and 2015 sidewalk cafes?
I don't know, John. You told me because I had to valid the permit and I pay every year the fees. You told me how I operated. You told me.
Well, you said you got your first outdoor sidewalk cafe permits in 2015, and they're saying you got it in 2015 by the intersection of the mayor. And I want to know how it happened.
All right, hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection because all this letter says is that the sidewalk cafe for 1063 through 1065 is now permitted. It didn't say when it occurred. So I don't.
Well,
I'm reviewing. Hold on, Mr. Yor. I'm reviewing the previous letter, and I don't see anything in the letter says that there was no permit. All the response is that it's now permitted. So I don't know what that means, and I don't know when it was. So I think it's too large of a leap that we're making, and so that we need to move on from here. So
well, it shows that there's some intercession from on high, and you move on. Fine.
I don't see how it shows anything. So there's a letter. One was a letter was written July 13th, 2018 at 4:20 p.m. And then there was a response the same day at 4:38 p.m. to say that the sidewalk cafe is permitted. I don't know.
No,
I
because
don't see any.
now permitted. You're wondering about the time? The time was 7/13/2018. Now permitted.
Right, but I don't see anything here that states that the sidewalk was not there was no permit in 2015 or 2009 that you've been talking about. I don't see any allegation here, at least in this letter, to say that I don't see if I don't see an answer to at 4. I don't see an answer 428 to say that there was no permit from 2015. I don't see that
Okay.
because this doesn't stand for that proposal. All right.
Well, let's just continue to the bottom of the email. Let's finish off the chain. And it says, why did Il Canale put the chairs and tables out in front of 1050? Mr. Ferrugia, this is for you. Why did Il Canale put the chairs and tables out in front of 1065 31st again when the new permit from 2015, gotten when Il Canale was on the CFA watch list, still only applies to 1063 31st Street? We were all there when his attorney and his manager, when Inspector McFadden ordered everything in front of 1065 31st removed. What changed? Mr. Ferrugia, did you return? Where was your sidewalk cafe at 1065 31st Street taken apart before this letter from the governor, from the mayor?
Hold on a minute, Mr. Forgia. Did you have an objection that you're trying to raise, Mr. O'Brien, or just clarification?
What Mr. Yor was reading from.
He's reading from the bottom of that same email that we were just talking about, sir, which is Exhibit 9. He was reading the question presented at the bottom of Exhibit 9.
He's reading from his own words. Mr. Uhar is the author of that bottom.
That
and
is
he's reading
correct.
from his own words and asking Mr. Ferrugia to explain it.
I'm just asking Mr. Ferrugia if he remembers the sidewalk tables and chairs getting taken away. And if he doesn't, we can bring in Marvin McFadden, who will tell him that he did. However you want to do it. This is a complaint. This should have been investigated before. But go on.
We don't do complaints complaints are not appropriate to be addressed at a protest hearing, sir.
Well, then
Complaints.
why do you have them? Why have you joined them together here?
Mr. Chairs, we haven't joined them together. Mr. Uhar has.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Uhar.
No, I think we're ready. When I'd like to call Makia Nelson as a witness.
All right. We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Sure.
We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then I need you to give us a proffer. What is it why you believe this witness is relevant to the proceeding? So it's 3:31. We're off the record until 3:41. So just mute your line, turn your camera off, and let everyone come back at 3:41. Okay, thank you.
Man, I am too. God, taking those trees out was, look at this shit. See why you sort of want to keep this scrubby. Just to block that straight line. Yeah, you're right. Now I get it. Are you busy, John?
Yeah. What's up?
Maybe we'll have another, can rent the chainsaw again or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, just a thought.
I was thinking that. I want to get the hedge trimmer.
See what he had there, but
We're back on the record.
See, my glasses are reflecting on this.
I'm waiting for Mr. Short to come on camera. All right, Mr. O'Brien, do you have any questions of Mr. Fargamo?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
May I proceed?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Ferruggio, did you personally, you yourself, apply for the fence permits that we reviewed? Right. Who did it on your behalf?
My architect, Andy Murray. It's in the permit, his name.
Okay. Now, have you at any time knowingly lied to any district government agency in order to get a permit or an approval?
Never. No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can I?
Thank you. Hold on, Mr. Hold on. Are there any questions by any board members? Hearing none. I'll give you limited opportunity to ask questions of the witness, sir. So this is not for you to come up with new areas. So you do have an opportunity to ask some limited questions based on the questions that were asked. So what questions do you have you need to ask, sir?
Could you repeat Mr. O'Brien and Mr. question and Mr. Ferruggio's answer so I can address?
I can't repeat that, sir. I can't repeat it. So do you have a question that you need to ask based on the answer that he provided?
Yes, Mr. Ferruggio, are you sure you have never lied to a DC or a federal agency?
Yes.
Okay.
You have any other questions, sir?
No.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ferruggio, for your testimony today. All right. You said that you want to call Ms. Nelson. Now, the board did not call the investigator. This investigator, basically, because this case is a case from 2009, so I think the report was somewhat refreshed because of the period of time. So I'm just trying to find out from you, sir, what is it that you believe that this investigator, what knowledge do you believe that this investigator has that's relevant to this proceedings? Because we're talking about something that occurred in 2019. This investigator, to the best of my knowledge, was not working for this agency. I'm not sure if she was working for this agency in 2019. And I don't recall reading anything in the case report about the issues that are supposed to be addressed today. So can you tell me what relevance what specific knowledge that's relevant to this proceeding that this investigator can provide today, sir?
Well, Investigator Nelson had requested additional information that I could provide to address some of those questions that were in your PIF, the very limited and backward-looking PIF, when in fact the misdemeanors keep happening. So I communicated with her over the weekend, and then in your testimony, you said that you would allow her to testify or to be a witness if called, provided she had actual knowledge of, investigative issues. And I would say not just limited to what's there, because if you find other things while you're investigating one, it's pretty much incumbent upon you in the best interest of ABCA to investigate. So.
No, but that's not that issue, sir. This is a 2019 case. It's a 2019 case, and this case has to do with specific allegations that occurred prior to 2019.
Okay, these do. So these do pertain to prior to 2019.
But how is it that this witness all right, you need to show how the testimony she's going to give is relevant. And so therefore, although I'm the chair, and if Mr. O'Brien doesn't object to certain things, I'm going to object because I want this to move on. So, Ms. Nelson, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, sir. Micaiah Nelson, that is Mikea, last name Nelson.
Ms. Nelson, can you raise your right hand, please?
Absolutely.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Huar, as I stated before, you need to ask her questions, and she needs to testify about issues that's knowledgeable and relevant to the question presented in this case, sir. Okay. All right.
Hello, Inspector Nelson. Nice to meet you. We had some conversations last week, and you wanted to interview me and ask about certain questions and things for your report. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember some of those things that you wanted me to address?
I just wanted to clarify your complaints as it regards to ABRA regulation.
Yes, and we did have a couple of I sent you a couple of emails about some of those issues. Is there any chance that we can get these in front of the board? But I can read them. But let's go with my first email. Do you remember? That was the email that I sent about Mr. Ferrugio pulling his application to the United States Commission on Fine Arts. Do you remember that email? Do you have access to that email?
Can you provide me with the date of your email? I received quite a few.
Yeah, it was, well, you received 3. This
Yes,
would have
sir.
been Friday, January 5th.
Is it titled Proof of Fraudulent Misstatement?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And could you read that email, or could you show it to well, I guess you need to show it to folks, or you might want to describe it first. I don't know.
What's the nature of the email? I mean, I need to figure out if that's relevant to what's going on. What's the nature of the email? What's the email?
Mikea, what's the email?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Are you asking me or are you asking Mr. Uhar what is the nature of this email?
You have the email in front of you. What's the question that he asked you?
This email states, hello, Mikea, attached is proof of ABCA requested of continuing Tier 1 violations at 2 locations for many years in Mr. Ferragio's own 4/7/2015 email. Unless Mr. Ferragio plans approved by the U.S. CFA, DC ABCA, and DC DOB approved plans for outdoor sidewalk cafes after 4/7/2015. These operations must be closed down immediately. They can't validly be insured, so I'm copying the DC Office of Risk Management. The same is true with the Summer Garden at 1063 31st. No valid occupancy permit, but operating that way since it opened. It's never been a problem until somebody gets hurt. DC government supported by its taxpayers should not have to pay. Signed, John Uhar.
All right. So what's the question, Mr. Uhar?
Mikea, could you read the email?
She just did, sir.
I'm sorry?
She just did. So what's the question you're asking?
There's the attachment. There's an attachment. That's just my words. Mr. Ferrugio, I sent her a copy of an email Mr. Ferrugio sent. Can you read that, Mikea?
Where are we going with it? Where are we going? Where are we going? I mean, I don't.
Talk to Makia. She's the investigator.
I know, sir, but I'm asking. I said to you that I said to you that she needs to testify that she has specific knowledge about the proceedings today.
And she does.
You sent her. How does she have specific knowledge? So if you sent her an email, that's what it is. You send her an email. You're talking about allegations. So what specific knowledge would she have? I don't know. I'm trying to find. If you can tell me.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What I have. What I sent Makia was an email from Mr. Ferrugio on 4/7/2015 to Jose Martinez of the U.S. Commission on Fine Arts, asking Mr. Martinez to put his USCFA application on hold. And that was April 7, 2015. And all the permits that are in ABCA and everybody else's position are from before that time. So they were fraudulent.
You're making a statement, sir. You're making a statement that something was fraudulent. There's a difference. You're making a conclusory statement.
He pulled his permit. He showed me the new permit. That's what I'm asking you. You have investigators. This is a complaint. Why do I have to do your work?
But that's not the purpose of a protest hearing, sir.
This is a complaint hearing, and you're joining them, and you know the difference.
You know, we're in administrative hearing, and but it's hearsay. You don't know that. We can't prove that.
This is also under a court of appeals. Why are we doing this now?
We have a court for we have court of the court for this matter was remanded, sir, for you to provide us proof. I mean, all you're just throwing stuff on the wall. You're hoping
your order is under court of appeal. Why are we doing this now, sir? The court of appeals agrees with me. Why do we have to go through this all over again?
Mr. Huall, the Court of Appeals remanded this case to address 4 allegations, and that's what we're trying to do.
But
if you appealed something else, sir, the Court of Appeal has not addressed it, and so therefore we need to move on, and we need to move on with this hearing. And I don't see how you can state that this witness has direct knowledge. You're giving her
she has an email. I thought you were asking me a question.
That's not her having direct knowledge, sir. Anyone, you're providing her an email. I don't see the email. The email is not in the record, and she's not the one who composed the email.
Mr. Farouk did, and it's also in the other complaints that you haven't answered. So, yeah.
But I'm trying to ask you, how does she have direct knowledge?
Because
she got an email. Because you provided her an email, so that's direct knowledge, sir.
Why don't we ask Inspector Nelson, and I'll defer to her. So, Inspector Nelson, what do you think this represents?
Mr. Yu, I am not sure. My protest investigation was submitted on Wednesday, January 3rd, 2024. There has been no investigation since that report has been submitted on Wednesday, January 3rd. So I have not and cannot speak to the validity of this email or any of the information in it.
Inspector Makia, why
Yes,
did you ask to talk to me and then tell me that you were submitting it on the 3rd? Why didn't you let me know when you had to submit it?
I did speak with you prior. I received the complaints, and upon reviewing, I was advised that this was not a protest investigation. It was an investigation of the DC Court of Appeals complaint.
Okay, so you were told to stand down, basically.
No, I was not told to stand down. I was told to answer the questions that were submitted from DC Court of Appeals. I was not advised to stand down by anyone.
Okay, well then, at least on that one, how about the second email?
Can you?
That would be Monday, January 8th.
Okay, at which time?
Exhibit 2.
I'm sorry, at which time was the email
Oh,
sent?
it was Monday, January 8th at 5:21 a.m. I hadn't gotten the report yet.
I'm sorry, I received one at 7:43 a.m. and one at 7:24 a.m., one at 9:22 a.m., one
Well-
at 10:19 a.m., and one at 8:18 a.m.
Let me go. ABRA complaint number 2.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was about, again, we were looking for evidence of fraudulent statements and other things. And page 4 is, could you, what did we talk about then? The lack of an occupancy permit for the summer garden?
I'm sorry, when you say page 4, are you considering exhibit 4?
Yeah, no, exhibit 2. Exhibit 2.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Oh, okay. So you have actual proof, or not actual proof because you haven't investigated, but here I presented you proof that Oak Canale has been operating an illegal summer garden, and in 2020 they tried to apply and they said they had to get an occupancy permit. Does that pretty much state it?
No, sir, I cannot speak to what
What does
DC Department of Buildings is
could
trying
you
to
read
say.
could you read the first paragraph of exhibit 2, please?
I'm sorry, which one, what's the exhibit in the PIP?
It's not in a PIP, it's in an email to her. Because she didn't include it in the protest, like I also didn't get.
Why are
enough-
we talking about an email to her? I mean, we're talking about email to her, that's not even the record.
It is in the record, but it's
No,
about the
it's not in
project.
the record.
Yes, it is.
It's not in the record, sir.
Yes, it
It's not in the record. It's not in our case report. It's not in our case. Is it in the case report?
Yes, it
Ms.
is.
Nelson?
Yes.
I did not ask you a question, Mr. Yor. I'm asking the witness. Is this document in your case report, ma'am?
This document is listed under ABRA complaint number 2 from Mr. Uhar. I can give you the exact.
So it's in your case report, is that correct?
I believe so, Mr. Chair.
If it's in your case report, we can move on with it. Therefore, it's in the record. I just want to, all right, I just want to make sure it's in the case report. If it's in the case report, then it's in the record.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. O'Brien.
I object to Mr. Uhar reading his own words to the witness and saying then to the witness, isn't that proof of fraud?
Take it back. I'm sorry.
I agree with your statement, Mr. O'Brien. I mean, it's a conclusory statement that's been made by the witness, and that doesn't prove anything. So, as I state, it's a conclusory statement. This is not factual, and so that is something that I believe can be addressed in closing. But it's someone making a statement, a conclusory statement. That's not law. That's not fact.
True. And I apologize. Can Makia read from that for you?
If it's in the record, yes, she can.
Are we speaking of the highlighted portion in the email, Mr. Uhar?
Yes, Ms. Nelson.
Okay. It does not complete the entire statement of comments that was made. It starts at, after our review, DCRA is withdrawing your application and you will need to file a new application once you have completed. Building permit required. 1, apply for a building permit to establish the summer garden for the existing restaurants. Apply for a building permit via DCRA's website. Useful guidance regarding permitting may be found here.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So that shows that there's a reason to investigate, and I guess there's no investigation.
Is there a question I'm supposed to answer, Mr. Chair?
Yes. Did you this complaint has been presented to ABCA before, correct?
Is this a question you can answer, Ms.
Yeah.
Nelson? If you can't answer it, you can't answer it.
No, sir, I cannot speak to what has been submitted to ABRA before my protest hearing.
Okay. Did you notice, as an impartial observer, in those five complaints, did it seem reasonable to you that the scope was limited to backward looking as when you were presented with current violations as well?
I'm sorry, Mr. Wu, I don't quite understand the question.
Mr. Uar, this is a protest hearing from 2019. Okay, we can only address issues from 2019 going backwards. It is not appropriate for us to be talking about issues or complaints in 2019 about issues that occurred in the future.
Okay, but Mr. Chairman Anderson, if these are ongoing violations, why
They couldn't
not
have been,
enforcing-
Mr.
why
Uar,
not
Mr.
enforcing
Let's,
like you did with Charcoal Town?
Mr. Uar, it could not have existed in 2019. So therefore, we cannot.
What could not
whatever
2019? The violation.
Whatever violations, if a violation occurred in 2020, 2021, 22, we're going back to 2000. We are going back to 2019 to renew the license.
But
I don't see how we can. Talk about something that happened in 2022, 2023. To say that because something happened in 2022, 2023, we cannot renew a license in 2019, sir. You'll have opportunities. I think that I think the 2021 renewal is on hold. And then I think in 2024, 2025, we're going to have another renewal where if you want to protest, you'll have those opportunities. But we're talking about incidents that occurred prior to 2019, sir. And that's what we're.
And these are, sir, because he's been operating out a certificate of occupancy for the Summer Garden since 2009. And they picked it up in 2020, and you need to investigate and enforce. And whether you want to or not is fine.
Do you have another question for the witness, sir?
Sure. Actually, I think I'm done. Thank you, Makia.
Thank you, Mr. Uar.
Mr. O'Brien, do you have any questions?
Investigator Nelson, you stated that you were charged with only what the Court of Appeals had remanded.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you have not uncovered yourself, as opposed to hearing Mr. allegations from Mr. Uar, but you've not uncovered yourself any evidence of fraudulent misrepresentations by Mr. Ferruggio?
I can't speak to that, simply because most of the claims of fraudulent misstatements have to do with other DC government agencies, and I'm not qualified to determine the validity of what another agency submits.
But you didn't determine that Mr. Ferruggio lied to anybody, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. O'Brien?
No, sir.
Ms. Nelson, I just have one question for you, ma'am. You were asked a series of questions regarding emails. Did you compose the email or any of the documents or did you compose the email, or did you have a part in composing any of the documents that were referenced in the email?
No, sir.
All right, I don't have any other question for you. Any other questions by any board members? Mr. O'Brien, do you have any questions of the witness based on the question that was asked by me?
No, sir.
Mr. Uhar, do you have any questions? Any redirect based on the any brief redirect, sir?
Yes.
Brief. Not. I don't need you to ask new areas that you didn't cover before, sir. Okay.
No. So, Inspector Nelson, you saw
Yes,
no
sir.
evidence, not even a reasonable amount of evidence to continue investigations beyond what the scope of the work was based upon what you saw?
I'm sorry.
If
Monsieur?
you knowing the mandate of ABCA and what you saw in this investigation, you saw no reason to continue investigating given your 5 years experience?
There's always a reason to continue investigating. I'm unsure how to answer that question.
Well, for example, you don't think that outdoor sidewalk cafe that's picked up as a violation in 2020 needs to be investigated?
I'm sorry, was it picked up as a violation by
Well,
ABCA or
yeah.
ABRA at the time, or who was that picked up by?
Well, it was presented to you. It was picked up by the Department of Buildings. I mean, how does this differ from, say, Charcoal Town?
I'm not
Objection.
familiar with Charcoal
Objection,
Town.
Mr. Chair.
Uh,
This goes
I
far beyond any
sustain.
legitimate redirect.
Okay.
Sustain.
Okay. So it's your testimony here that you saw no evidence that you should refer evidence of misstatements to other agencies. You saw nothing that warranted interdisciplinary coordination to try to stop what could be costing. You just saw nothing that was worth investigating. Nothing in this case seemed abnormal to you, correct?
I believe you're
Chair.
asking if, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. What's the nature of the objection, sir?
Yes, the question that the ultimate question I asked Investigator Nelson was whether, apart from allegations of Mr. Uhar, whether she independently determined that Mr. Peruggia lied to anyone. Her answer was no. Now, what Mr. Uhar is, and that's the scope of the cross-examination. Mr. Uhar is going far beyond it and basically hectoring Investigator Nelson to say she should go out and pound the pavement more based on his allegations.
Mr. Uhar, as I stated, this is not an opportunity for you to ask questions that weren't asked before. So you'll have I'm providing with a brief opportunity to redirect questions of the witness, sir. So do you have any other questions that you need to ask?
Yes. Inspector Nelson.
Sir.
You
Yes, sir.
see no reason to investigate any of these other complaints, and you see no evidence of any crimes presented in prima facie evidence, presented in documents and lot lines and stuff from the public record. You see nothing. Correct?
Same
Mr. Uhar,
objection.
I'm sorry.
I'll overrule the objection. She can answer the question if she can.
Mr. Uhar, just for clarification, are you asking if I conducted an investigation based on the Court of Appeals order, or if I feel as though this warrants an investigation?
No, I'm just asking you as an impartial person, if presented with the evidence that I gave you in the 5 complaints, do you think that the scope imposed by ABCA was appropriate, given the mandate of ABCA? Just your personal opinion. Just a personal opinion.
Mr. Uhar,
Objection to personal opinions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, give me your professional opinion.
Miss Nelson, if you can answer the question to the best of your ability, and let's move on.
Yes, sir. I cannot give my opinion at all as an ABCA investigator. I can only speak to the facts of my investigation.
And the facts didn't point towards further investigation?
I conducted an investigation of the protest report for the Court of Appeals.
And you saw no evidence of fraud that a reasonable person might see as fraud that might warrant future investigation?
I can't speak to what warrants a future investigation. However, for my investigation, I did conduct one.
And what did you find?
Upon visiting the
No.
agencies.
Let's talk about the complaints that you reviewed. You saw no evidence of criminal activity or fraudulent activity in the evidence that was presented to you. That's your testimony. Yes or
I
no?
can't speak to.
Yes or no?
I can't speak to that, sir.
I need a yes or no.
Mr. You are the witness has testified. Let's move on. She is giving you an answer. Let's move on, sir. The witness, she has told you she cannot answer that question, so let's move on.
If you were running ABCA, would you?
Mr. She is not running ABCA. Let's move on, sir.
No, I'm done.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Do you have another? Thank you very much, Ms. Nelson. Mr. UR, do you have another witness you wish to call, sir?
Well, I had 5 of them, but you didn't subpoena them.
Sir, I have not seen a request from you to subpoena a witness.
Yes,
So,
it was in my PIF.
Sir, I have not seen.
Well,
I
that's
have
not
not.
my fault, sir.
Well,
You're gonna have to subpoena them.
well, sir, you can't put a name in a PIF, which is 7 days before the hearing, and expect me to subpoena because I'm supposed to see your PIF when it's filed.
Well,
and I don't think that's a process.
Isn't that what the regulations say?
I don't think I don't know what the regulation says, sir, but I know that if you're subpoena a witness, first and foremost, you're supposed to identify the documents and witnesses you're going to rely on 7 days before the hearing. So therefore,
you have
yes,
them.
sir.
You have them.
And,
So just look at the PIF. Just please look at the PIF. Please.
But you not because you put the witnesses on. All right.
Mr. Chair, speak to that.
Yes, Mr.
The regulation 23 DCMR 1704.1 says the board may on its own motion or upon the request of a party compel witnesses to appear and testify. I'm not aware of any request for subpoenas. Apparently, Mr. UR is arguing that if he lists a witness on a PIF, that somehow imposes an obligation on the board to go out and subpoena those witnesses. That's just plain not the law or practice.
You know, you're absolutely right. And this is how I got screwed up the last time. You're absolutely right. God damn it. Yep.
Mr. We have a public record, sir. Please watch it. Please watch
It's
your
been 5
language,
years.
sir.
I know, it's just been 5 years, and I forgot to put them on the subpoena because they're hostile witnesses. They're on the PIF, but they didn't do it. But we'll pick it up in the appeal.
And you were given specific. This was addressed, Mr. UR, in the Court of Appeals opinion on page 3 about subpoenas, sir. Okay. All right. So you have no more witnesses. You have no more witnesses, sir. Do you rest, or are you going to testify?
I'd like to read my PIF.
What do you mean read your PIF, sir?
I'm going to read my PIF into the record. because that's basically my argument.
Well, why
So-
don't you do that as a closing statement then,
Oh,
sir?
okay.
Why
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
you do
yeah.
that as a closing? So
Thank
you can do that as a closing
Mhm.
as a closing argument.
Okay, so I can be my own witness.
I would
No,
know, Mr. Chair, the PIF is in the record.
Right. But I'm trying to figure out what it is that he's trying to do. I mean, is he trying to give a summation of his case? Then he can give
Well-
a closing statement, or does he want to testify? Because if he's going to testify, I need to swear him in. That's why I'm just trying to find clarification.
Oh, I'm happy to testify.
And so therefore, if you're going to testify, I'm going to swear you in, and then Mr. O'Brien is going to have an opportunity to cross-examine you, sir.
Sure.
All right. So if you want to testify, can you raise it? And I need to look at you, sir, because
Can you see
all
me?
of this time now I can see you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, fine. Go ahead, sir. Mr. You are.
Yes.
I thought you were going to testify.
Yes.
So go ahead. I'm waiting for you. I just swore you in, so I'm waiting.
Okay. Thank you. My name is John Uhar. I grew up in Cheverly, Maryland, and I've been an industrial real estate broker since I graduated from the University of Chicago with a degree in history. I've been selling warehouses and industrial properties since 1982, and I started my own company in 1986. I'm well aware with the land records, and I thought that I had presented prima facie evidence of misdemeanors, and I have found through my records numerous instances of fraudulent misstatements that I presented in a series of complaints that were never answered in violation of DCMR. And now I'm sitting here again with a protest, and all I can say is all the evidence I presented is true and faithful. And the only reason I'm doing it, I don't hate Mr. Ferrugio, but nobody is above the law. And he's been abusive to me and my neighbor, Louise Sagalin, whose trees and garden he destroyed in violation of the Tree Protection Agency. And he worked with other people to move that tree easement onto 0824, where Mr. Ferrugio now keeps his umbrellas. The violations also include that I presented are the fact that despite many protests, there has never been any bona fide evidence presented by Mr. Ferrugio or his attorneys regarding the getting of an occupancy permit on public space. And I believe that this all connects in with the executive office of the mayor, who had Richard Livingstone give permission to run outdoor sidewalk cafes, which were now permitted. The bigger fact is what was happening before and after he got these permits. He was operating illegally from 2009 to 2015, or was he operating illegally from 2009 to 2018? 2015 to 2018? You look at the land records, you go to DC Scout, you'll see that he's mixed 1063 with 1065. He talks about the moving things around, and if you look at the records, you will see that it's fraud based on the original sin of his being connected with Telly La Bufala, which he knew, and he lied about, and he lied about his occupancy permits for outside, and he never had a sidewalk cafe. So, that's all I can say.
All right, that's all right. So you're done, sir?
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien, do you have any questions of Mr. Uhar?
Yes, I do. Mr. Uhar, you have used the word repeatedly, counterfeit, in the context of permits. What do you mean by counterfeit?
You know, I think of counterfeit as fraudulent. I'm not an attorney. It's just a lie. For example, Meredith Moldenauer says that there's a 15-foot setback when she's trying to get his outdoor sidewalk cafe over a public alley, but there's no backyard. There's no, you don't have it. I mean, and the fact of the matter is, when you're talking about land records, of which I know a little bit, a lot either 20 feet or it's 71 feet. A permit's either for 1063 or it's for 1065. You have two properties, two owners, two permits. I'm a free marketeer. The government that governs best is the government that governs least, and the best way to govern least is to have strict enforcement. And Mr. Ferrugio, through his people, have just ruined the land records for those three properties.
Okay, I'm asking you again, what is the meaning in your mind of the word counterfeit?
Made to deceive.
Are you suggesting
something fraudulent passed off as real? That's what counterfeit. Something.
Are you questioning or suggesting that Mr. Ferrugio himself printed out permits that don't legitimately come from the government agencies they purport to come from? That he has a printing press in his basement?
Well, you can't hide behind your attorneys, and you can't hide behind your architects. You can only have one captain of the ship. And, I don't know, is he above the law? You tell me.
Your allegations regarding the fence permits. I'm going to sum up the allegation, and I invite you to correct me if I'm wrong. The allegation is that the fence permit it recites lot 64 when the fence was actually erected on lot 842.
Correct.
Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, correct. But he also blocked another ABCA licensee, Bluefin Tuna, and I, who share a common access through the alley by a settlement agreement originally executed with the Alamo Grill of Georgetown. So we'd been using the alley. We moved our stuff back and forth through the alley, my bicycles, our trash. And on the 22nd of March, or the 30th of March, Mr. Ferrugio erected a fence that blockaded us for over a year until April 12th, when Mr. Ferrugio and I last talked.
All right. Let me ask again. Is your allegation that the fence permits are counterfeit? Does that allegation arise from the circumstance that the permits say lot 64, but the fence was erected on lot 842?
Correct.
Okay. Now there are two permits, are there not?
No, he filed two copies on each. I don't know why. He had four. It appeared to me that he had four of the same permits, two in the front, two in the back, because he likes to mix 1063 with 1065. If you look at the Scout records, they're commingled.
Okay. I have in front of me two permits.
Okay.
Both dated October 29th, 21. Say again?
How would I know them?
Well, I assume that's the permits you're saying are counterfeit.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go with them. Yeah. Okay.
All right. One permit ends in the number 49, and the other permit ends in the number 50. Do you have those?
No, but you can read them to me. They're here somewhere. I've got a pretty good memory.
Okay. Are you suggesting that the permit, let's take the permit dated 10/29/21, which ends in the number of 050 and authorizes the erection of the fence on lot 64. You're alleging that it is counterfeit because it doesn't recite lot 842.
Yes, and also because it didn't. No fence was replaced there. There was a new fence that was erected across lot 0842, and the public access for ABCA licensee Bluefin Tuna, Bluefin Sushi, and us at 3075.
And so
Yeah.
you're saying that the fraud perpetrated by Mr. Ferrugio is getting a permit for lot 64 when he erected the fence on lot 842. That's the fraud.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you. Can we elevate a document, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Orleana, can you please allow Mr. Who needs to elevate it? You or Miss Mahmoud?
I do, Mr. Chair, and I believe that I'm permitted to.
Okay, fine. Go ahead. If you have that right. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to show you what this DC government stamped application for the fence permit. And I'm going to ask you to note that in the red, on the upper red, there's numbers, a number and date typed in, and the permit number is 050. Do you see that? Is the application for the permit. It's 050. Do you see that, Mr. Uhar?
Yeah, I do see that.
Now, do you see at the very top of the document, the application is for square 1198, lot 842?
Yes,
Do you
sir.
see that?
Yes, sir.
So you see the application was filed for 842, but it came out of DCRA as lot 64.
That's incorrect, sir, because if you were to check the CFA things, Mr. Ferrugio went in to try to get a permit to put some containers, and he tried to get a permit to fence, and he needs US CFA approval. That fence permit is probably part of the ongoing fraud that I've found in the various agencies in DC. So no, I
You
dispute
just
that.
testified in response to my question that the fraud was Mr. Ferrugio applying for lot 64 when in fact he erected the fence on 842, but you've now seen that he applied for 842 with the same permit number.
But he doesn't have
ending
US
in 050. Now I ask you,
Okay.
I ask you, how do you maintain now that you've seen this, that there was any fraudulent conduct on Mr. Ferrugio's part in respect to application for this supposedly counterfeit permit?
Okay, two easy answers. One, it has no US CFA approval, which he needs to put a fence on the premises. Two, it wasn't the replacement of a fence, which the permit states. It's a replacement. It's not a new fence. That permit is not for a new fence.
All right, I'm going to change the subject. Can we call up Platt again?
And one more thing. The proof is in the pudding. If Mr. Ferrugio had a permit, he would have kept it up. He pulled it down because he knows he doesn't have a permit. And the other thing is, in my exhibits that were presented to everyone was a stop work order that was up for over for over 365 days, and that's a tier 1 violation every day.
All right. Now on the screen is your Exhibit 8, which was discussed before, which is a plat from the surveyor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, you pointed out that lot 64 is only 28.58 in width, but then you referred back to his 2015 public space permit, which shows 71 feet.
That's correct, but it's only for one lot.
Right.
Well,
Lot 64, okay,
No.
lot 64,
Is 29 feet.
right. And that's 1063, correct?
Yeah, and that's the only one that's the only one the permit's for. It's not the permit that
Lot
he
18,
has. No, he doesn't have that. Look, it's lot 64 on that permit. It's not lot 64. It's not lot
Okay, but
64 and 0819. It's lot 64.
but it says 71 feet, correct? The permit in 2015.
And that's the fraud, sir. That's the fraud. It's one lot, one permit for one lot. You know that.
Now, can you answer my next question?
Sure.
It shows lot 819 at 42.20 feet.
Sure.
Right? Have you added up the two numbers, or do you want me to do the arithmetic?
No, I get it. The fact of the matter is, you get one permit for one lot. He doesn't get two permits for two different owners on one lot. He had to get a new permit for 1065. That would have gotten him to 71. But David Harrison, and what date was that again, sir? What date is that permit?
The fence permit, or which permit? Oh, the this public space permit?
Yeah.
With no street address at all on it.
Yeah, I pointed that out.
Yeah, is January 28, 2015.
Okay,
Now,
so what was?
I'm going to invite your attention now. I'm going to invite your attention now to what we just put up on the screen, which is a permit dated July 9th, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see it has the same description in italics of 70 feet?
Yep. That's another example of fraud.
And can you see that the address for the permit is 1063 and 1065?
Yes, but that's counterfeit, because if you look up top, it says lot 64 in square 1198, and it refers to a permit number PA 101-60729 that both go back to 1063 31st Street, but was extinguished when Fratelli La Buffalo kicked out, and the permit lapsed. You had to go all new. So continue.
Will you concede that this permit actually came from Department of Transportation, that it wasn't printed up by Mr. Ferruggio in his basement? Will you concede that it actually came out of Department of Transportation?
Sure, and it probably had, but it's still fraudulent.
Okay, where is it fraudulent?
Because it's lot 64 and 1198. And
Okay,
one
but
real,
it has the same street, the correct street address, and the correct measurement.
No, it isn't. It isn't, sir. It isn't. And if you would have let me, if I could have gone back to Courtney Williams and some of the stuff with Makia, you'd see that is a fraudulent permit. That is a counterfeit permit intended to deceive. So continue.
Yes. All right. The street address is correct. 63 and 65.
Sir, you get one permit.
No, please answer my question. Please let me finish my question, Mr.
All right, All right, hold on. We have a court reporter trying to capture the testimony. So I need you to ask a question, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Uhar, you need to listen and then you respond, please. I can't have you two talking over each other.
Sorry.
All right, I need to call the permit back up. We're told it's lagging on the. Oh, there it is. Okay. Now, Mr. Uhar, please let me finish my question. Okay.
Okay.
All right. The permit says 1063 and 1065. The italics say 71 feet, which you agree is both lots. But your objection to it is that it only says lot 64. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And that is because each lot gets its own occupancy permit when you have different property owners. And Mr. Corshidi owns lot 1063. And as I pointed out before, it's for lot 064 and square 1198. And that was added later. And if you look at the DC Scout records, you will see where Mr. Ferrugio and his accomplices have consistently been commingling both addresses to obfuscate, confuse, and fraudulently engage in activities that do not benefit the city, the taxpayers, and the people that play by the rules.
Still talking about this permit. Whose mistake is it?
It's not a mistake. It's a willful, fraudulent act by Mr. Ferrugio and his assistants that's permeating all these different agencies.
But I understood you to say if the permit also said lot 819, you would not have an issue. So the fraud
Sir.
Please listen, Mr. Uhar.
Well, that's not what I was saying.
Fraud, I hear from you, is that it doesn't say lot 64 and lot 819. Is that the fraud?
Mr. O'Brien, he would have to have two permits for each owner. He would have the 1063, which is the one that he had, and then he joined 1065 fraudulently. That is what I'm saying. Because
I suggest to you that with both street addresses, with the combined lot width in the permit, that any mistake in this permit is the mistake of the DC government.
No.
Now, if you want to accuse the DC government of fraud.
No, I don't. What I'm accusing Mr. Ferrugio and his accomplices is burdening DC government by commingling addresses, and then these poor intake specialists have to they play a game on them, and it's just how many hours have we spent on this stuff? I mean, you got to tell the truth on the land records. That's the way this whole system works. And if he had a permit for 1065, it would say 1065, and it would say lot 0819, and it would say Robert E. Moore, and he would have insurance for each of them. And that's not what this says. And it comes in at 2015, which makes me ask you this question. If this is when he got them and he was operating illegally all these years before, how many tier 1 violations does this add up to?
You mentioned Courtney Williams.
Yes.
I'm now on the screen is an email to you in response to a complaint from Courtney Williams.
Mm-hmm.
And she tells you right in that email that the permit was amended on November 17, 2023 to include both lots 64 and 819.
Yes.
Okay. Now, so she told you that Courtney Williams of Department of Transportation told you the permit covered both lots, but you're screaming fraud today. How do you justify that?
Hold on, let me get my response to her. Because it is fraud. It's fraud, pure and simple, for the reasons I just told you.
No, Mr. Chair, I have no further questions.
No.
Thank you.
I have
Close your screen, please.
I have to answer this.
No, Mr. You are
Here we go.
Mr. Huar.
Yes.
You're being questioned. There's no the attorney has.
He asked me a question.
And you answered, sir, and you answered your question of him. So there's no pending question.
No, he asked me a question and I haven't answered. He asked me about the question of Williams, and I told him to wait so I could pick up the email and I could explain what I
You answered the questions and you said you have an email to explain. Sir, I'll give you an opportunity to explain yourself. Any questions of Mr. Huar by the board? All right, sir, I'll give you a minute if you need to provide any clarification of any questions that Mr. O'Brien just asked you, sir.
Thank you. This was an email sent Monday, January 8th at 8:09 to Courtney Williams.
What year, sir?
This year, 2020.
Okay.
To Courtney Williams, this was responding to Courtney, and I had Makia Nelson and Susanna Suarez, EOM. And, it is what she says, Il Canale, blah, blah, blah. And I said, good morning, Ms. Williams. As shown in the evidence submitted to you, Mr. Ferrugia of Il Canale asked to have his U.S. CFA approval put on hold on 4/7/2015. So your January 1 approval is not valid because it lacks U.S. CFA approval of plans submitted after 1/21/2015, but it should be 4/7/2015. You do understand this is a federal offense. How can DDOT lawfully approve either outdoor sidewalk cafes when the pictures clearly show they are not at grade? Please send over your inspection team for immediate enforcement after speaking with Ms. Edwards. Ms. Edwards is aware of the situation with Il Canale both in front of 1063 and 1065 31st. Marvin McFadden of her office closed down the sidewalk cafes. He also ordered the structurally complete summer garden over the public alley be torn down. Mr. Ferrugia reopened his illegal sidewalk cafes the next day. Then the executive office of the mayor weighs in and enforcement backs down all across DC. I spent a lot of time at DCRA, starting with microfiche and open windows on hot days at 614 H North Way. DC has come a long way, but it was nice to see the old records were preserved. I appreciate the honest effort most DC employees put into their jobs to see that the law is applied fairly to all. DC.D.DOB and other agencies have to assume that the information being presented is as truthful as attested to run efficiently and fairly. If it is found to be untruthful, justice must be swift. It's the least we can do to reduce the workload for an overburdened staff and ensure good government. In the interest of good government, the Il Canale case should be investigated thoroughly. I am very interested in learning how Il Canale's summer garden over a public alley advanced to the stage where it was put on the ANC agenda. Mr. Ferrugia bragged to me and my brother about his guardian angels in DC government. They are not good angels and must be rooted out. I consider it my civic duty and I'm happy to help. Please advise. Thank you. I understand the summer garden is on private property, so requested Ms. Suarez connect me for that uninsured liability. John Uhar. And what I gave her was the statement from Mr. Livingstone that now permitted the sidewalk cafes because there was a lot of things going around at that time.
All right. Anything else, sir?
Nope.
All right. Thank you. Mr. O'Brien, did you wish to call any rebuttal witness, or do you waive that right to do so?
No more witnesses.
All right. Thank you. Then we're ready for closing. Do you want to take a break or do you want to go straight to closing? I think Mr. Let's see.
I'd like to take a break. Could we?
All right, so we'll take it's 4:46. We're off the record until 5 o'clock, and then we're off the record till 5 o'clock, and then the parties will do closing and specifically what it is that the parties are requesting from ABCA. Okay, so we're off the record until 5 o'clock. All right, thanks. We're back in the record. Mr. UR.
Yes, sir.
All right, so. All right, so we're now ready for closing, and the applicant goes first.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. Mr. Uhar threw around the word counterfeit, describing a couple permits and approvals. I think our cross-examination established that Mr. Uhar's definition of counterfeit is not the commonplace definition of counterfeit. Just like Mr. Uhar's use of the word fraud, fraudulent. Not every innocent mistake or inadvertence or discrepancy is proof of fraud. And to illustrate that, I look at what we called Exhibit 8, which was the plat. It depicted or described a one-story brick building on lot 842, but the testimony is unchallenged that there's no structure on 842. But this document was generated by the surveyor for the District of Columbia. Did the surveyor engage in fraud? No, I don't think so. He may have made a mistake. And then we looked at the Sidewalk Cafe permit dated 2018. The permit listed both street addresses, 1063 and 1065. It listed the correct length of the Sidewalk Cafe as 71 feet, which combined the two lots. It only listed one of the two lot numbers on the permit. Did the Department of Transportation engage in fraud when it issued that permit? I don't think so. I suggest not. So I have to ask the board to be skeptical. Anytime Mr. Uhr throws about the word fraud, because I don't think Mr. Uhr's definition of fraud comports with any common definition of fraud, and it certainly doesn't comport with the requirements of Bennett versus Kiggins, which is the Court of Appeals case on the elements of fraud. The bottom line is that given every opportunity on remand, in pleadings and today, Mr. Uhar has not established that Mr. Ferrugio or any attorney or architect acting on his behalf knowingly misled any government agency. That's the bottom line. He's had the opportunity to prove fraudulent misstatements on the part of the licensee. And we heard not one syllable of proof that Mr. Ferrugio or any agents acting on his behalf ever knowingly misled any government agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Uhr.
Yes.
Close in, please.
Yes, I don't, can you see me?
Nope, but I can hear you.
Okay. Well, here we are again. 5 years later, complaints still unanswered, wrapped into protests, derailed by legal language, and start all over again. Mr. O'Brien may know ABCA law, but I don't think he's familiar with real estate as me. And when he claims that the DC surveyor signed that paper, I'm pretty sure that the DC surveyor makes somebody go out, Mr. Maiden, go get a survey and present it to him as truthful, and they just take it in. The correct width and address, but not having the correct lot and square. No, that's not DDOT's fraud. That's Ilkin Alley. And I don't know what kind of definition of fraud Mr. O'Brien is talking about, but I think that the prima facie evidence that I presented was never rebutted. And it's more than prima facie, it speaks for itself. I mean, where are we going to go when we have people submitting false documents to government agencies here and there and everywhere, commingling scout records? I mean, I've been an industrial real estate broker for a long time. I've put up with his threats. I've had him spit upon me. And, I would have loved to have solved this a long time ago. Who wouldn't want to be a neighbor to a nice restaurant? But he's proven that he can't keep the place clean, and he will not follow the law. And it's not just me, Miss Sagalin, and he's still up to it. And he's also, it's just, as a guy that's in the land records business, to see them desecrated and commingled and mumble jumbled up, and then these excuses, it's terrible. So I'd like to just end by reading my protest information form. And so anyway, the action that I was being requested is the revocation of the liquor license for fraudulent misstatements and documents presented to DC administrative agencies. And I think I've presented that. As I said, that's all prima facie. A lot's either 28 feet or it's not. A setback's either 15 feet or it's not. You either have an occupancy permit for the second floor or you don't. So the action being requested, the issues I will present to the board for resolution are, is the Alamo Grill of Georgetown transferred its ABCA rights to FLB DC, not Ilkin Alley. This means anything issued claiming rights under Ilkin Alley from the Alamo Grill is false. The second, can the mayor's office grant Ilkin Alley a sidewalk cafe without US CFA approval? And if DCMR requires a 7-member ABCA board, are decisions of a 3-member board legal and fair? And 4, in this instance, is ABCA adhering to its mission statement or being arbitrary and capricious? I'd like to comment that I had to put this all together pretty quickly because I kept hoping that we would wait until we got the DC Court of Appeals on this backward-looking order when crimes are still being committed. But I was rushed into this, and I had my list. And once again, I made a problem. I forgot to list the witnesses subpoena, so I'd like to list who they were. I wanted to call Giuseppe Ferrugio a hostile witness. ABCA must compel Mr. Ferrugio to testify to rebut evidence of fraudulent statements and documents submitted on his behalf to DC administrative agencies and USA. Then I wanted to call Richard Livingstone. He's Mayor Bowser's agent. And my testimony was, a hostile witness, ABCA must compel Mr. Livingstone
to provide evidence the Executive Office of the Mayor complied with the United States Commission of Fine Arts Historic Georgetown laws. The third witness I wanted to call was Meredith Boldenauer, Esquire, who was Ilkin Alley's zoning attorney. A hostile witness, ABCA must compel Ms. Moldenauer to show the lot setbacks in her DC office submittal. I'm still awaiting DC OZ FOA and the summer garden over the public alley questions. The fourth I wanted to take was William Maiden. And a hostile witness, ABCA must compel Mr. Maiden to testify on the building plans and documents he submitted to DC administrative agencies. And the last was Robert Lee Moore, who is Ilkin Alley's landlord, a hostile witness. ABCA must compel Mr. Moore to testify on the structural changes Mr. Frugio made to his building and Protestant and neighbors' historical alley access. I'd like to mention that this would be no way inclusive except for the limitations set by DC. I would also like to call the ANC commissioners and the CAG and the Executive Office of the Mayor, because something's coming down from there. And you know, again, I'm painted as a wild man, a crazy man. Well, you know, he sort of made me crazy. Somebody blocks your access to the alley and your fire escape for over a year, and you let ABCA know, and you let the fire department know, and everybody know, and he just sits there blocking your alley. Yep. Crazy like a rat in a cage and spitting on me. I could have lived with him if you guys had reined him in. If you had reined him in, we could have gotten along a lot better. But you created a monster by letting these things go unabated. And I just hope this gets investigated more thoroughly, and I'm going to keep at it because I got nothing to lose now. You know, my real estate business is ruined. I can't do business with industrial clients because I deal with DC government. I'm painted as a crazy man. Thanks a lot, Joe. Thanks a lot, DC ABCA. Thanks a lot, Attorney General. Okay, that's it. Bye.
All right, thank you, Mr. UR. I feel compelled that I need to put this on the record. Because it's the second time you have brought this up, Mr. UR. Section 25.4.3.1 of the DCMR review procedures. General provisions A, except as otherwise provided herein, board actions and production procedures shall be governed by Chapter 5 of Title 2. B, except as provided in subsection C of this section, the board may meet in panels of at least 3 members for the purpose of conducting hearings and taking official action. 3 members shall constitute a quorum. All right.
Wait. Could you read that? Could you read that again? Because
25. Mr. UR, I'm not going to address this again. It's 25.4.3.1. Okay.
And when was it issued?
Mr. UR, go to 25.4.3.1. It has been that way. Section 25.4.3.1. You can go pull up our regulations and you'll have that, sir. 25.4.3.1. Okay.
How about your attorneys? Don't you usually have 2 attorneys?
Mr. Huar, all the regulations require is that we have a member. The chair should have, I'm an attorney. And as the chair, the regulations require that the chair have some, basically be a lawyer, and I'm a lawyer. Okay, I'll say that to you.
So this is a new development.
This is not a new development, sir. This is always this has been the way it has been, sir. Okay.
Can I ask 2 quick questions? Can I ask Mr. Grant a question if he's read the complaints?
And no, sir, you can't ask anyone any questions, but no, sir, I'm not going to have you ask a board member a question. Okay.
And so he has no knowledge of the evidence that he's supposed to weigh upon. He's supposed to take your word and a group that doesn't enforce and doesn't inspect. Is that correct?
That is incorrect, sir. Yep. That's incorrect, sir. All right.
Okay. All right.
All right. The record is now closed. Do the parties, well, it's not necessarily closed. Do the parties wish to propose findings of fact and conclusion of law, or do the parties want to do that? Do the parties all waive their right to do so?
No, I'm gonna go straight to appeal.
We'll waive.
All right. So, all right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to appeal.
All right, hold on a minute, please. Mr. Huer, the board has not issued a final decision, so don't you have to wait for a final decision by the board before you can appeal? But
yeah, your final
I
decision.
believe,
I spent enough time with this craziness.
all right, hold on, please.
Don't you have to wait till the board until we had this meeting?
I'm sorry, sir?
Shouldn't we have waited for the court before we had this meeting?
What meeting are you talking about, sir?
This protest hearing, because your board order on this protest hearing is still in front of the Court of Appeal. So now we have two.
I don't know what's in front of the Court of Appeal, sir, but all I know was that
Well, I told Miss Jenkins, she knows. Your people know this is in front of the Court of Appeals. And is this customary that you run these protest hearings while the Court of Appeals is weighing your board order? Is that standard procedure?
we had this protest hearing today because this matter was remanded by the Court of Appeal on a limited issue, and so therefore we are complying with the Court of Mr. You all. Let me say this: I'm a lawyer, and you have said before you're not a lawyer, and that, so I'm going to say to you, I'm an attorney. Okay, sir.
Okay.
The board issued a final decision. After the board issues a final decision, as your right, you went to the Court of Appeals and appealed it. After the board issued its final decision, the Court of Appeals remanded it for a limited purpose, which is what we're addressing today. You might have appealed something else, sir, but we move on until whatever, Mr. You all, please, sir. The decision, we are in compliance with the Court of Appeals. This is how we bring closure to this action, okay? I don't know if you have another appeal currently.
Yes,
we have not received. Listen to me, sir. Listen to me, sir, please. If you appeal the board order, this agency has not received any instructions from the Court of Appeals to say that we need to not move forward, sir. So therefore, we need to move forward unless we are instructed by the Court of Appeals to move forward. And if you want to appeal this decision, sir, you have to wait until the board issues a decision. The board will not issue a decision in this case for another 90 days. So therefore, you cannot appeal this decision because the board has not issued a decision as yet. And so if you go to the Court of Appeals to appeal, they're going to say that the agency has not issued a final decision as yet, sir. So you have to wait for 90 days for the board to issue its final decision in this matter, okay? So let me do this statement and close the record. As chairperson, Mr. Let me do this part, sir, and let me close this off, and then if you have a general question.
I just want to mention Charcoal Town and right down the street.
Mr. You are. This case is over. Let me close the record in this case, because if I don't do the statement, then I'm going to get in trouble. Okay, sir. So let me do this part. Okay.
Yeah.
As chairperson, and I've given you the leeway to argue your case. I know that Mr. O'Brien probably was not happy with some of the rulings I've made, but I've given you the opportunity to present your case because I do not want you to go to the Court of Appeals to say I did not give you an opportunity to present your case to the best of your ability, sir. Okay? All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number, I'm sorry, let me make sure I'm reading the right, on case number 19 PRO 00033. El Canale pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act and deliberating upon case number 19 PRO 00033 El Canale for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Short, a second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 3-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess this proceeding to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. I want to thank everyone for their presentation today, and this matter is adjourned. All right, so thank you very much. And now let me close the record for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on January 24th, 2024 for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for January 24th, 2024, as published in the DC Register on January 19th, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it now has been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, as it appears that the motion has passed 3-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar, on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. I want to thank again everyone for their presentation today. Thank the public, the members of the public who have participated in our hearing, and thank our board members. We are adjourned for the day. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further developments. Thank you very much. Have a great day.